Roll call. Steve.
Yes.
Sue.
Yes.
Joel.
Yes.
Doug.
Yes.
Ken.
Yes.
Approval of the agenda.
Our is item 14, which is a speed limit sign related to the sheriff.
Yes.
And will the sheriff be moved up to the front
Could be. If that's your motion.
if he shows up?
She's right there.
She's
She's right there. Oh, hello. Yes, I'd move that the sheriff at number 14 be moved to after number 5.
And number 19 too.
And
14 and 19.
Yep.
yeah, 14 and 19 be moved to after number 5, and is number 16 related to number 6? One's dealing with a
Two separate
Wait.
issues.
waiver, and it shows a street going through on North, and 6 is discussion on the possible street going through on North. So are they separate or are they just related?
Brenda's gonna be joining us to talk about 16.
16 is a adjustment to the low and moderate income relief
I think we're
package.
talking about 15.
Oh,
Nope.
No.
16 has a map in it, and that map shows an extension of the street to North Street.
you got a page?
Sure.
I don't know what, it's probably a misplacement, I guess.
So all I have to do is find it.
70F, 70G.
Yeah, 70F. And I didn't know whether or not the variance had that as part of the cost. And if it does, then the items are related.
No, I would say they're not, probably maybe enough.
So do we want to move 6 down? Move 16 up? Said somebody's going to call related to that item?
Yes.
Brenda's gonna come. Is supposed to come here.
Okay. And I also asked that the 3 items under the consent agenda be voted separately, because there'll be issues on all 3 of them, or issues on 2 of them. So strike strike them as consent agenda and vote separately. So moved.
Where was 6 going?
I heard that Brenda was going to be calling in later, and so maybe we need to leave them separate.
Sean is also gonna come with a dirt mover up from out there, and he'll get here as soon as he can. So maybe moving 6 down.
Oh, 6 down? I didn't,
I think these people are mostly here for 6.
Yes.
and so waiting, maybe we should leave 6 up top if they want to address it. Okay. Leave 6 where it is, leave 16 where it is.
Okay, so 14, 19 move and separate on the consent agenda.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Further discussion? Sue?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Doug?
Yes. Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Okay. On to approval of the minutes for September 10th council meeting.
I have some corrections. I listened on YouTube since I wasn't at the meeting, and I think the council did a great job, got everything correct. However, since I wasn't here, I shouldn't be shown as voting aye. I should be
Yes.
shown as
Yeah.
absent. And so I move that those changes be made.
I have changed to the bids for the library's repair. It's shown here that I voted yes and I voted no. I voted no.
Okay.
And hang on. Third one down on page 6. I presented a proposed ordinance against using recreational vehicles as dwellings, and it said that I don't think that Maxwell should be allowed. Okay, there should be a note in there, is it state law and county law, and we should follow that. Our ordinances should somewhat follow the state law and the county law.
That what you included in your
Yes, I did.
presentation?
Yes,
And
I did, and
that-
it's not just that I don't think.
Well,
You,
It's
you,
that
mentioned, you made mention of those items, so that's,
Yes, I
that's
did.
appropriate to be in the meeting minutes.
Okay. And the other one was that Steve was absent.
Okay. Any others on the meeting minutes? So, Steve, do you accept the amended motion?
yes,
And is there a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. Steve can now vote. Sue?
Yes.
Doug?
Yes.
Ken?
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
And-
Caller, can you please put your phone on mute?
Thank you.
move approval of the claims for September 11th.
Second.
Further discussion? Steve?
Yes,
Ken?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Sue?
Yes.
Doug?
Yes.
Approval of the treasurer's report for September.
I move approval of the treasurer's report for September, but I do have a question.
Second, so we can discuss.
Go ahead.
There is a large negative balance under the Baldwin project, and I was wondering when that is going to get resolved.
What I am aware of in the current situation is we are waiting for Riley to finish their side of the LDs or the liquidated damages acceptance. There's retainage, and part of the issue is this is negative because we haven't received our funding from the DOT.
Okay,
We're awaiting
so we're awaiting
a grant.
the grant money, and we're awaiting the settlement with our contractor.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion? Joel?
Yes.
Ken?
Yeah.
Sue?
Yes.
Doug?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes,
On to open forum.
for things not listed on the agenda.
Four things on this one. Nobody? Anybody else want a moment to talk?
Yeah, I thought they were gonna go down the list in order, but I wasn't first.
The dogs are on the,
For things not on the agenda, Rich.
We have you on the agenda.
Well, question then, when it's on the agenda, are we gonna be able to make comments? When
Yes,
we talk about
yes.
the development or talk about the dog ordinance?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Never mind.
We have to talk now, or we can wait until we...
When the item comes up.
On to discussion and possible action.
Nope.
Nope,
Sheriff.
sorry. Sheriff's report.
Sure.
14 first, right?
Yes.
Discussion and possible action on speed limit signs on S27 within the city limits. So we got an email, Wendy, help me with the deputy's name.
yeah, Deputy Shorter came in and said there was a variance on the S27 speed
Yeah.
signs.
So, what he was saying is, as you're coming into town, it drops to 45, 35, 25. And as you're heading out of town at the where it drops to 25, it hits 35, and then it hits 45 and 55. So
No.
as you're coming in, it hits.
Doesn't hit 45 going out. There is no 45-mile-an-hour sign going out.
Okay.
35 to 55.
35 to 55.
Okay.
So I think his concern was is that there's two different speeds going in on the same section. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I think it makes the most logical sense that the speeds match on the same side, but up to you guys, whatever you wanna do.
But there's no reason you follow the speed limit signs, and the speed limit sign going out of town says you're 35 miles an hour until you leave town, and then it's 55. There's no confusion. The sign's there. And if the argument is that, gee, it isn't balanced, who cares? You're 35 going out, and then you, as you're coming into town, you progressively slow down, which makes a lot of sense. Why go and spend the money for an additional sign when it isn't needed?
Sounds like no action.
Well, that's my opinion.
Anybody else left seat shaking hands? So.
I agree, same thing.
All right.
I agree.
It was my perspective as well, but the deputy had made mention of it, so I wanted the council to be aware and address the situation. So, thank you, ma'am. On to the sheriff's report.
Hi, I'm Deputy Barnett, for those of you that don't know me. We just come here to see if you guys have any extra issues or anything you want the other deputies to pay attention to, whether it's speed or any activities going on in your town. So is there anything that you guys would like us to relay to the rest of patrol to focus on?
We've had some vandalism lately. The Legion Park, of course, Dollar General, and I haven't seen any graffiti in a hot minute.
Is it just like moving like the tables around or something?
Oh, the fire station ice chest got hit as well.
Okay.
So they broke the door down at the Legion, which I think you guys were recorded on that one. I don't know if you guys got the fire station report for the ice chest. And I know that you guys got the Dollar General report.
Yeah.
So I don't know, I'm assuming there's some stuff happening later at night when most of us are at home in bed, so.
Yeah. We try and do patrol time, especially night shift. We're not having calls, have people sit down here. I frequent the parks too, and nothing ever happening when we're in town, of course.
Yep.
Seems to be the way it goes, but.
Anything resolved? I mean, was anybody caught? Is it? No.
Nope.
Don't know. Canis?
It's possible. It's a later piece in the discussion. All right. Anything else for us?
I have nothing on my end unless you guys have anything.
Anybody else have anything? Thank you, ma'am.
Of course.
All right. 6. Discussion of possible action to add the North Street Connection Road to the November council agenda for consideration and vote. Now, part of this was, as I presented to the council information on this prior to the meeting, and I'm requiring that it is brought to, if the council wants to have it as a voting item in November, then they must vote unanimously to make it an agenda item for November. That is on the request or the advisement of the city attorney, as well as the TIF attorney. There's a lot of things riding on this development, and the things that have happened so far is there's been discussion with the dirt work guy, which is different than the final plat that the council has already approved. And it's causing confusion for the citizens, it's causing confusion for the developer, it's causing confusion for the dirt work guy, and it's causing issues with our ability to even move forward with the TIF. So what tonight's meeting will determine is whether or not I stop the TIF process. If it is voted on to continue with the process, I'll be forced to stop the TIF until a decision is made by the council on what is going to take place with the development. Tax increment financing district.
5-year abatement?
No, it is the 10 to 15 year portion where they take the portion of the taxes that would go to the school,
County and
county, and the state, and
Or
put them back to the
city.
developer.
City.
The city, back to the developer to pay for the infrastructure project.
It's a way of financing development.
Yeah, it's an important part. From the developer's standpoint, it's a commitment that's considered to be made already. It needs to go forward.
Dale, I have a copy of the comprehensive plan that was done in the spring of 2009. And on that, it shows North Street going all the way through into where the new development is. It shows it going almost all the way over to Rock Creek Drive, where that portion of land is.
Mhm.
So why would we not go with the comprehensive plan as to what was planned for the city and run North Street through?
So my question then would be, is why would the council already approve a final plat with no connection to the road after we've already had these discussions 1,000 times when our engineer told us this should not happen this way?
Because we were not given all of the information. We did not have the information from the people who were doing the grading, and we need to look at all of that. If it's a possibility, yes, it should be followed on the comprehensive plan. And the council was not given all of the information, and that's why it was approved. However, there can be changes made to that first plat. That's a totally legal thing to do. You do it when you're building a house, you can make changes when you're planning a new community within a community. Yes, you can make changes to that legally. And
Go ahead, I'm
no,
sorry.
I just feel that you're overlooking the possibility to make the changes necessary to make that new community part of our whole city, not just a separate little place sitting there with new houses. It's gonna be the same thing as when Rock Creek was developed. And I know because we built up there. And we were considered Snob Hill. And it's gonna be the same type of situation if we are not connecting that new development to the rest of this town of Maxwell.
Thank you, Steve.
At the meeting where the plat was approved, I stated that I was in opposition to the connection. I'm still in opposition to the connection. I would consider changing my vote if there was a public hearing and everybody on North Street and that from Baldwin over thinks it's a great idea. Then I would consider changing my vote. Otherwise, I have no reason to change my vote. I think it would be a terrible idea to connect them. The street is too narrow. And it would require no parking on both sides. The setbacks of the houses aren't terribly great. We have people parking on the street now. They have to park on their own property. It's just way too difficult. So, if it takes a unanimous vote tonight, I would not be able to provide that vote.
Why is it required unanimous?
That was on the advice from the city attorney.
Did they give any reasoning?
Because the council has already voted to approve a final plat.
If you look back to the May 13 minutes when we looked at that final plat, the original vote was not to approve that plat. It was a 3-2 vote to not approve that original plat. It was then stated, accurately or inaccurately, that the slope was too great, which has been proved that it is not too great, that there were other needs that could not be fulfilled. Grant money would possibly go away, given 3 or 4 reasons. At that point, even though the majority of the council still wanted to connect, and we were looking at 7th Street and North Street, and that 2009 plat had both of them going through, or they,
I've got a copy here.
No,
if you wanna look
the
at it.
2009 comprehensive plan had it.
Yes,
No plat
No plat had
for
it.
that area
I
has
agree.
ever shown a connection.
okay,
No
I was-
preliminary plat,
comprehensive plan is what I was.
The comprehensive
And
plan
pictures
that
in
was
the-
and it also shows only about 6 lots. Is that what we
That
want?
doesn't mean that that's what it was.
But it doesn't mean the street needs to be there either. The comprehensive plan is a general idea, and every plat that we've had come in has not made a connection because of the cost to do so, along with the loss of developable lots. So,
Okay,
You aren't losing any lots, please.
the reality is, if there is no connection, they lose 2 lots. Because 9 and 10 are not buildable. Because they're so high, that manhole at the intersection would be so high that there's 15 feet of fall from the front of the house to the back of the house, and that is just, it's not buildable.
that's bullshit. I'm sorry for the French, but, I mean, you have,
If from the developer's standpoint, it's not a saleable lot. If you build on it and you can't sell it, it's not.
why would you not be able to sell a house that has a second, a
No
back,
out.
an alley, or not an alley, basement access out the backyard?
Mhm.
There's 2 reasons. One is the access, a triangle access, and you have to get from the intersection into the house. And then you have to build the house, but the back of the house is, if it's an 8-foot basement, now that there's another 7 foot right off the back, you have to move the house back because of the narrow access. You really have to move the house back, and then you can no longer, it makes it worse for the grading and for the accessibility of the lot.
I beg to differ with you.
Introduce yourself.
I'm Sean Yoder.
I know
with
you're
Advanced
Sean.
Island, and we're doing the grading and the sewer and utilities for the.
But Sean, if you put through 7th Street, those lots are, it's no longer triangle lots.
Exactly.
They would be straight lots. We faced the same thing when we built on Rock Creek. And all we did was build retaining walls. And right across from you guys, you know where we built.
Yeah.
At 615 Rock Creek Drive. And if you want to look at it, there's retaining walls there because of the grade.
I understand the desire is starter homes too,
Yeah.
so the cost of that gets pretty outrageous. And the other problem is,
We
the
did it
storm,
ourselves.
the
After
storm
we
was
bought
pointed towards
My
a
house.
fine gentleman's garage. That
It
will
already
flood.
floods because of the streets in Maxwell.
And so, in looking at the site, what we're proposing to do is run a storm sewer north, just on the east side of Chuck's property, and then have an inlet there, because north, if it goes through, then the storm sewer can run in such a manner that it doesn't go into Chuck's garage, and it will stay underground to the very north side of the property, instead of having an open swale, a creek actually, because the water table is very high, and the current design, as it's been approved, would leave water running in the back of the yards just behind the houses on the west side of Woodlawn, that would then cut a ditch, because it's black silty sand, and that would cut a ditch and the yards would be unusable. So
So
for
you're
me,
talking about 2 different things.
there's a lot of things that go into this. So the whole thing with running north through, then that allows storm to be changed so that you don't have some of those problems. It allows the lot 9 and 10 to be more build friendly. There's just a whole lot of the grade can change at that intersection. We've lowered it down so that it grades nice. It makes, because the west side, the street was so high, you actually have so much fall in the backyards that it's a problem.
So
But by lowering that intersection, then it grades much better. It landscapes a lot better.
So you're saying if you put North Street through, it will be a better situation for the
Correct.
prospective buyers of those lots?
Correct.
Ken, you had something?
Of, that street being too narrow for parking, how many other streets are that size? And
6.
is there supposed to be parking on either side of a 25-foot street?
Problem is, North Street has curbs.
No, yeah.
The 6th Street doesn't, so your parking is the yards, where North Street doesn't have that option.
How many streets only have a 25-foot width of paved surface? Almost all of them in Maxwell. How many of them have curb and gutter? None. We have the only 25-foot wide curb and gutter streets are right there north and 7th and 6th.
No, 6 is
6 doesn't
6
have
doesn't have curb and
anything at
gutter.
all. Nope.
So 7th and north and 7th.
We have no gutter.
There's no gutter.
There's no gutter. We have no drainage.
Just curbs, there's
Yeah,
no drainage.
you're right.
Well,
The drains at the end
a
of.
curb,
Drainage by my garage.
a curb provides a gutter.
Yes,
Yeah.
but there's no actual gutter at all.
Yeah, there's no storm in sewer.
So some of this that
But the
they're
trees
talking,
in
Hold
there.
on, hold
So
on,
what they're
hold on,
saying-
Hold on, we can only talk one at a time. Did you have something else, man?
No, but, you know, part of the problem is you wiped out these trees. Some of those trees were just fine, and that helped hold some of that water back. And why did you not put some sort of fencing up to protect our yards when you first started doing this? You had to know it was going to rain. We live right there on the corner, and
Yeah.
your equipment is shaking my entire living room. So I guarantee if I have any damage to my house, we're coming after you.
Well, I don't think you're gonna have any trouble from that, but there's been a lot of studies and et cetera. We have to meet compaction, the city requires that. In order to do that, you have to have a vibratory compactor, just the way it is. And this isn't a unique situation, it's done, that's the way it's always done. So, that's part of it, but, go ahead.
Here's my next question. So what other options have been explored besides, I know for a fact that there is property that the city owns in the estates there, or whatever you want to call it, that you could actually put a road there. And you already have 2 entrances to Rock Creek, so what other options were explored?
So to answer your question, the original plat has 2 entrances to this current development. One coming in by the water tower, the other coming out between the houses a little further down the road. And that was the original plotted, approved plan.
Okay, and then cost-wise, so all of the work you would have to do to open North Street up, who's going to foot the bill for that?
That would be-
And-
That would be the city.
Wouldn't it be a lot cheaper just to do what you had originally said on the plat? Than it
There
is,
was an increase in cost.
because that's going to be a hindrance to all of us on that street when you have to redo sewer and water and shut down our services while all that's going on.
That's not the case. And Dan, do you
Yeah.
wanna talk about that?
Dan, go ahead.
For the street, we're not doing the connection, but the park in our development, we're paying for the street ourselves.
Who's Dan?
Dan's the owner.
He's the owner.
Mm. Well, yeah, I got a house you can buy.
We haven't asked Maxwell for any money. If they want to connect it, they'll have to pay for the connection, but we haven't asked them for any money for the street.
And even
They're not
though
part of the development.
there are two exits out of the new development, it still feeds to one exit to a major highway, the 210 down there by senior housing. There's still just one exit for
But so then what
There's
happens,
two.
what happens with all the drainage?
gravel road
that-
unless you want to go around, sure. Okay.
If the
We-
developer is paying for the street coming to North Street, that's fine. But then what happens with all the other infrastructure that we don't have, which we had already mentioned as far as like drainage, and then we have, the street's not wide enough.
I don't think that he said that they're paying for the street
No.
that connects to North Street.
Not to, no, in the development, he said they're
Not
that
in
part
the
is already-
development, from their street to North Street, he's not paying for it.
Well, then why wouldn't you wanna do the most cost-effective plan?
Uh,
Do we have
that-
extra funding around here? If we do, why
We
do we
need
not
some
have sidewalks?
clarification, Dan.
Why don't we have better?
I'm sorry, I thought you just
Why
said
don't
we
we
have to
just
say
say
they
we
can
can-
Hold on. We need to be able to hear everybody saying. I'm sorry, what did you
Your
say?
question, John?
Do you need to clarify that on the cost?
In our development, the street in our development, we're paying for it. We're not asking Maxwell to pay for it.
Correct.
If they want to connect it to the street, their part of the street is damaged, is cracked, and it needs to be fixed. That's about, 30, 40 feet we looked at, it needs to be fixed.
Right
But
there,
in our
Richard.
development,
Yes.
we're paying for it.
Right, so like I said, my question is, like I said, he's paying for that part of it, but then the city is responsible for, yes, repairing that part of the street, but then what do we do about the drainage on our side that's not in the development? That's my question.
That's taken care of on the development side.
So even into North Street, you guys are gonna put in drainage?
There's a storm sewer that we will put in that comes across North Street. Additionally, the city wants to have us run a pipe up to 7th Street and put a inlet there so that that water isn't constantly running down the alley. So that the alley could be grass and not be mud. So the trees that we took out, other than the big maples, those trees, everything else was on the development side, had to come out for construction. The big trees were up on a ridge with a propensity to fall over and would land on the house on the north side of 7th Street. It would, if it went west, would have went right down the ridge of the house and smashed the entire house.
Yes, but we did not have an issue with mud because my husband and I and our neighbor behind us, Jeremy, have been taking care of the alley for years, and there was grass there until you guys bulldozed through everything.
I didn't
That's
do
when it
it.
became mud.
That was,
No, the
That
city
was
did
done.
that.
that was
Well,
done to
I
relieve
know.
the
There
flooding
There
at
was
the
grass
end of
and we
7th
maintained
Street.
it, we weeded, we kept it
But there were
nice.
also great big lakes at the end of 7th Street, and that was done to relieve the water problem on 7th Street. That's why on the city side, it was dug out to keep the water from puddling at the end of the streets, the turnaround. There's also, hang on just a second, there's also, an ordinance in our big book, black book of ordinances that say that you cannot create streets that will create more congestion in an area. And the two exits going from the new development onto Rock Creek and plus the existing Rock Creek area will create congestion at the corner of 210 and Rock Creek Drive. Therefore, we need a second exit from the development.
Goes to the gravel road that takes it
You
on
just
up.
said one.
No. It goes, how many people are gonna go that way that live on the south side of that development?
It's still an option.
Yeah,
No.
exactly.
Well, it is if you're getting people to move in there. They're not going to go up They need a second,
They
need us, we need,
Yeah, people that live there and have lived through their entire lives.
it
And
doesn't
we're
make,
paid.
I've been here for 20 years.
Yeah, I know all about you, that's fine.
Oh, you have some misconceptions, let me tell you. I'm just saying,
Ask the mayor to retain quorum, please.
Other than mud and stuff like that. My question would be, I mean, we're discussing all of that, but we're also discussing how you've already measured and how narrow North Street is. There's very limited parking. How do you even expect this to be a successful street? I mean, we have no room now.
You're gonna create congestion on North Street
You're
also.
creating
You
more
talked about creating
congestion.
congestion.
Because
North
there
Street
is
is gonna
nowhere,
be-
and there's nowhere
Sorry.
else for us to park our cars. We have several homes that have large families, that have more than one or two vehicles. We do not have any more space to widen driveways. We have the curbs. We do not have room to park in our front yards like people pass the stop signs down. I just don't even see how it's physically possible. Is there another way? I mean, there's land behind North Street. Can't a road be put in behind North Street? Going along the cemetery and behind?
It's all private property like that.
They can't be purchased.
Yeah, I mean, what would be the cost of that?
A lot more, I think, than what you're gonna expect to pay.
it will be to your benefit if North Street goes through, with the drainage problem will be taken care of. You won't have that many people coming from the
Let me just say, when that alley was open, the teenagers thought that was a racetrack. They flew down the
That was
street,
in the
whipped
past.
their, I don't care if
And they're doing it now in town.
I'm still talking, thank you.
You
I am
interrupted.
still talking.
You interrupted.
Talk to the mayor though.
Please address it.
Anyway, sorry. So, when we first moved there 22 years ago, the former mayor asked about shutting the alley. I know we could have purchased it several years ago when my father lived there and he didn't, and then maybe we wouldn't have this problem. But kids lie down through their teenagers, would cut through our yard, and it was a danger for our children, and now we have several children on our streets. So you're gonna guarantee me that nobody's gonna fly down there and it's not gonna be congested and an
It's
issue?
not gonna happen.
What do you want the people that have multiple cars to do
Address
with
the
their
mayor,
cars?
please.
I'm not talking to you. I am talking to him.
Sir, you had a question?
Back in 2010, the alley that I've heard brought up several times, when me and the neighbor that was to the south of us come down to purchase the alley, we were told that it was a road. And then that the road, if we wanted to purchase the road, we had to get the survey done, purchase the land, at the going rate. So I guess my question is it an alley or is it a road?
Neither one. It is city-owned property, and it has never been an alley, it has never been a road, maybe used as such. It is part of, I believe, lot 20 of the plat. I can't remember the lot number. It's just part of the plat as a numbered lot, and somehow the city ended up in ownership of that portion, and it's been used as an alley in the past, and that was stopped a few years ago.
Rich.
Question, even though it was suggested by two entities that you mandate a full across-the-board vote one way or another, do you have that authority to have a unanimous vote on any issue brought to the council?
Do I have the ability to
To
request
mandate that it be unanimous?
to add it to an agenda item, yes.
Okay, then can we just save time if Steve is still saying he's not gonna vote, why are we even discussing it?
Because
I wanna hear from everybody here who wants to talk.
people, assume people do wanna talk, and, To Steve's point, he mentioned that he would want a public hearing. Public hearing, I tried. I really tried, because I was requested by the council several times for special meetings. I tried to set it up. I couldn't get, we don't have much space in here, so if I'm gonna invite 800 people, because this doesn't just affect North Street,
Go to the community center.
I would go to the community center, but scheduling in the community center is not easy.
And Legion Hall was available.
Not for a wedding.
People weren't available, so.
So there was a lot of issues with trying to get everybody available, and to be honest with you, the only available day was yesterday, and I'm not doing back-to-back meetings.
And I don't understand why it's an either or as far as proceeding with the TIF. I don't understand why you have to make that either we do this or we lose the TIF. Why is that?
It's not losing the TIF, it is stopping the TIF process. And the reason for that is because the city council years ago ran up an $11,000 bill on TIF processes that never went anywhere. And I am not going to do that again. So if we are not going to move forward, then we're going to stop TIF until we get it situated.
So TIF could be restarted.
Absolutely.
If the developer wants to continue the development.
Without it, you mean?
Well, a delay can make it so that it's no longer feasible for the developer to continue, even with the TIF. I mean, you always have that issue with any development.
So later in the meeting, there is a piece on here to discuss adjustment to the low and moderate income relief percentage. And that has potential, tell me if I'm wrong, but has potential to derail the project to begin with, if there's not some sort of adjustment made.
Currently, as it stands,
Sorry, can you?
Yeah, sorry. So my name is Quince Loss. I'm part of the development team, and what he's referring to is as part of the residential TIF process, a certain portion of those funds are set aside for low to moderate income housing projects in communities or initiatives that support the community. And it's all based on the perceived or the, I guess, estimated number of households in the community that are considered low to moderate income. And Story County does it across the county, it's just one figure. Other communities do it by the cities. And so in Story County, basically the set aside is 50%. So if we collect, we'll say, $50,000 a year for property taxes, that could go towards paying down the infrastructure costs. 25,000 of that has to go to this pot, which could be used for other things in the community, but it can't go back to pay for the infrastructure, which makes it challenging to finance the infrastructure up front with what you're doing. And so, as part of the relief, what you're referring to is, my understanding is there would be a census done of the community to understand on the ground what the incomes are, and if they align with that low to moderate income designation as it currently stands, and it will stay that way. If it's different from that, then it will adjust accordingly.
Brenda, I'm sorry I didn't see you here yet, but Brenda is part of the.
Sorry to correct you on this. So, there is not an actual census taken. I've analyzed the information in the community, and I can wait, Mayor, to that point. If even, again, it might be a moot point, but yeah, we are petitioning it in a different way without doing a census, so, okay.
So my last statement on this is this has been a lot of heartache and a lot of discussion and a lot of trying to figure out how to appease, and there's a limit to what can be appeased. So this is part of the reason for the conditions on the council for a potential change or connection to the road.
I would like to see a show of hands of number of people here who live on North Street. And keep your hand up if you would be in favor of seeing a connection.
That all depends, because I'm the one that's the butt of this whole thing, because all the water off the 3 streets, now you guys want to put in a new street,
you're gonna have more existing water coming, running down by my house, that I tried to get the city to come down and dig the ditch out, and they told me no, cause if they did something for me, they'd have to do something for everybody in here. So, again, all that.
You live
On
as far
the
east.
dead end house, that's right.
On the
And
north
all,
side of the
all
street.
water that's coming off all these streets affects me. That I physically had to go out with a pick and a shovel and make a trench that went out around or by rock to keep the water to divert from my garage down the ditch, and I had to dig the ditch out by hand. And most people that live on the street knows that I did that, and I asked for help, and it was denied.
When was that?
3 or 4 years ago.
Because I was on the council, and I never heard
I've
of
been
any
here
of
many
this.
times and asked if I could talk to someone about getting a backhoe down there and digging the ditch out. You know what they told me? The one part of that land ain't the city, so it ain't their problem.
Well,
But it is their problem because all the goddamn water's coming out there.
I don't agree with what you were told, and sometimes bad information is given out, and I apologize for that.
Alley Road.
Miss,
Alley Road.
Yeah.
Miss Moore, you had another question.
You're talking about the houses that are going in the new development, are they going to be affordable housing?
I believe they were market housing, is that correct?
They're market rate. They are what is considered to be market rate today, at affordable, high 2s, low 3s for the starting homes. I know that
Single family homes?
Single family, there's a mix of single family and some twin homes or kind of townhomes.
Duplexes?
Duplexes, yes.
Duplexes.
Yes.
Well,
Except there aren't
a
that many
duplex
of them.
is owned by one person.
Yes.
And twin homes, you can have each half owned by their own property owner.
Correct.
So it's
Shared wall.
they have their own lots.
Yep.
And they share a wall, common wall.
How many homes are looking to be built?
There's two lots that are duplex lots. The rest of them.
So is that what you're looking at, what I'm looking at here is the 6A and 6B, if that's.
This is 5A, B, and 6A and B are duplex. The rest of them are single family.
So how much is the rest of them? How many are the rest of them?
Well, so the revised, what we're speaking to with the changes to the North Street connection, there are 16 lots in this first phase. Total.
Oh, first phase.
First
There's
phase.
the other
So
phase.
the second, so if you look at the picture down here in front of you, folks, or if you have the handout,
Right.
there's a second phase that will connect all the way through back to Rock Creek Drive. You know,
Oh,
at some point in the future here.
So total number of homes.
With both phases is about, it's probably 32. 30 to
Okay,
32.
32 homes,
Yep.
2 cars per home. That's 64 cars additional going into Rock Creek Drive if you don't put through North Street.
Then you want to send it on North Street.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
want, can I,
Go ahead, man.
it's right there, the keyword was 2 cars per house. That is not an accurate statement to say now. These people move into homes that have more than 2 people that drive. That is just not a common estimate.
So that adds more
More
cars.
vehicles coming down North Street.
No, they won't all be coming down North Street. A lot of them will go to Rock Creek and they'll go to North Street. But it says that you can't put them all to Rock Creek.
Mayor,
Hold on.
I
Yes, Steve.
I had a show of hands, and I'm satisfied that I'm not gonna change my vote. However, I'm willing to move that, we, put North Street connection, on as the November council meeting. I will not be voting in favor of it, but in order to move forward, I make a motion that happens.
I'll second. Second. Further discussion.
Why do we have to wait a month to address it?
That's Blaine.
Address it. I know they got plenty of work to do out there without, but it'd be nice to get.
It's not unheard of if I were to, I could call a second meeting or a special meeting, but I need time to schedule it to get notice out. knocking on doors on North Street is not an option because, like I said, it affects more than just North Street residents, it affects everybody in town.
Possible that we could have a meeting in 2 weeks.
It's possible.
So if the mayor so calls it, then it doesn't have to be November.
I don't have any problem calling earlier meeting.
The other thing, you did show of hands, and I understand what this group is looking at, but there were also, not a petition, but 20-some people indicated that live in Rock Creek indicated that they were in favor of an alternative way to get in and out rather than down there. So, another 20 people could be the other way. I think advancing it, I appreciate Steve, even though if you're going to vote no, giving it a hearing at least to decide what we need to do. It isn't going to make any difference to me, and I appreciate the fact that we are staying very civil. This could have blown up into an ugly mess, so thank you, everybody. We disagree, but it's okay to disagree. And we'll proceed from there. So, did you get a second on your motion? Would you restate
Yes,
your
it's
motion?
been seconded, that we set a meeting to consider a connection to North Street at the November meeting or earlier at the mayor's hall.
Joel, do you accept the amendment?
I'll accept the amendment.
Motion. Further discussion? This is for council discussion, sorry. Hearing none? Sue?
Yes.
Ken?
I just want to say before we go that at one time North Street was an addition to this town. Probably 60 years ago, I don't know when, but just it was an addition to make the town bigger. So my vote is yes.
Joel? No. Doug?
Yes.
And Steve?
No.
The motion passed. Will not be on the November meeting. Did you not vote, Sue?
I voted
She voted
yes.
first.
I thought you said you were going to vote yes for another meeting.
No, I made the motion so that we could have a vote.
I misinterpreted what you said as well.
I
I thought you were in favor of having that meeting by making your motion.
No,
You were supporting
so
it.
too.
I just we need to get to a point where a decision's made.
That was my whole point. I needed
Yeah.
a decision from council as to what was gonna happen, and the decision's been made.
Can we clarify a separate topic or related, or definitely related, why and proof that a mandatory unanimous vote had to happen?
You want a copy of my email?
I think
From the attorney?
One lawyer said one thing, but there might be another lawyer that would go, no, majority.
Doesn't make any difference, it's our lawyer and our bond counsel, and yes, there may be a different attorney out there that'll say something else, but
I just never heard of unanimous requirement.
And this only boiled down to because council has already made the decision. So, my point of perspective on this is I'm protecting what you guys have already decided on. You guys already decided on the final plat. And now, after we talk about it, we're gonna back it up. I'm gonna find out what I have to do to make sure that it is an acceptable and appropriate practice. So, for this particular reason, because it was already approved by the council, I required a unanimous council decision in order to move forward to making it a decisionable item on the agenda. I have the ability to approve or deny the agenda, so whether or not I put something on there or not is the mayor's prerogative, and therefore, this is part of that.
You're not taking into consideration then that we didn't have all of the information when we made that decision?
I had all the information I needed.
We had information from all our engineers and developers, and that was the information.
No, we didn't have all of the information.
John,
do you want to speak up?
Yeah, I've talked to that. First of all, my credentials go back quite a ways. My granddad started a business in '46. Dan's, the owner's dad, started his business before that. And construction-wise, we've seen a lot of a lot of things. Our main focus is water management and land improvement work and water management. So the first thing that I looked at when I came here is what is happening with the water. And one of the first people that I talked to was Chuck. And Chuck was, shall we say,
perturbed.
very interested in what was happening. And I was very concerned about a 24-inch pipe that was headed straight for his garage door that was guaranteed to flood his garage. And so then I looked at ways that we could mitigate that, and not asking for Chuck to pay for anything. Proposed some ideas that could eliminate that problem. I alluded to earlier, it would be on the back of lot 5, between 5 and 6. The storm sewer that was outletting there and running down across the yards. I proposed something to run a 15-inch pipe up through that drainage swale that is on the easement, but to put that water underground and incorporate an inlet so that the 7th Street water could go in underground and the system would drain in backyards and make it it would make it nice for people. The design that's there, quite frankly, does not do that. So I talked to the neighbors. I didn't talk to everybody, obviously. I talked to as many as I could get a hold of about making it nicer for everybody. We regraded behind Rod's house, where his swimming pool was, where he was going to have a almost $30,000 wall. And then by regrading his yard, he has a larger yard that's usable. The property pins didn't change, but now instead of it coming up and back and then down and being very unsightly, now it's nice and gradual. The slope is reduced. It fits all kinds of things. So we started.
I'm gonna stop you here. All right, we've already decided. Okay. So here's where I'm at.
Okay.
If there are opportunities for improvements to the water flow, I don't have any problems with making adjustments. However, it has to go through our engineer, and it should be engineered. I understand. I'm not taking anything away from your credentials and your ability to do your work, because I'm sure you're well experienced and know what you're doing. From the city standpoint, I have to have paperwork that shows me what is happening.
The engineer already agreed.
Yeah, we had 2 meetings on site. Not everybody was there, obviously. Couldn't be, I understand, because that would have created a quorum and that was illegal. So, I know Ken was there, Doug was there, Sue was there. Not all of them, but there was a mix, so it was only 2 at one time. And during the second one, I stood by the big tree at the end of North Street, and Brent Holt is with Snyder, the developer's engineer. Yeah, there's.
Can you mute your phone, please, caller? All right, go ahead.
So, when I was talking with Brent and his superior, if I understand right, they did not have time to re-engineer it. I explained what we were proposing, and he said, it looks like you're doing a good job. You build it like that, we can pin it. Said, I would like to see you align North Street to the old North Street and align that so that it matches up nice. But then we can pin the lots, because 8 and 9, or 9 and 10 would be changing the actual layout, which is allowable legally, my understanding, and then he can pin those to fit what we have built, which is essentially already what's there. There's just some grade changes, the sewer is not changing, the water connections aren't changing. So that was the direction, because they couldn't get a council meeting to approve stuff, and they didn't have the manpower to do the engineering. So.
And they didn't have city approval for that. That's the problem.
Fine.
Unfortunately.
I would ask that you consider the investment in this subdivision and what it brings to the town. Just put yourself in the shoes, if you switched roles and you have had actually millions of dollars on the line and committed, what would you want done? That's I would just ask to consider that.
Thank you. All right, discussion and possible action regarding dog ordinances, including consideration of authorizing the clerk to issue a resident notification outlining any updates or enforcement measures to be included with the next water bill mailing.
Before we start that, if anyone feels that they've had enough of tonight, you may leave at any time.
Thank you.
And don't need to stick around for all of it. No, I invite everybody to stay.
Well,
Apparently.
We have voted to not have another hearing or meeting.
Only down there, I wanna know where all the water's going.
Yes, and I agree that there needs to be improvements. And I hopefully, you catch Wes, the engineer out there.
I've talked to him plenty of times.
There needs to be a solution to it.
And he's trying, and what he said earlier, he's trying to divert the water, because if it comes out inside my garage, it floods. The water goes that high in my backyard.
Mhm.
And that's from the 3 existing streets, and you're gonna add a street to it, it's gonna raise up another
I'm
foot.
not adding a street.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But they're still wanting to drain that water down to
Yeah,
that
so-
low point
Yeah,
that goes that way.
to the frog pond.
Well, the frog pond back behind my house ain't a frog pond, but it, like I said, it looks like a river when it rains back there.
Yes, it does.
Mr. Bob, you had something?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate her comment that I too understood the last vote was to put it on in November, not to be unanimous, to decline it.
Oh, yeah.
It just sounds like there's 2 or 3 that understood it the same way I did. I guess in the future, to make sure that what Mr. Gass said is completely understood, or anybody else that brings it up, that there's an understanding of what's said, because it was very clear to me. It's like, I'm acquiescing from a unanimous vote to put it to you guys, to put it on the November, and that is what was said. I hope it was recorded and you go back and listen to that. Because what you did was completely opposite of what he suggested. So that's what I just want to reiterate. That is what was said. Please go back and
What
review it.
was done opposite of what he said?
You went to a unanimous vote, and because he voted no, then it's not going on November. He was acquiescing from that unanimous requirement.
If
It
you
only needed 4-3 to get to November. As I understood it. Now,
Listen to the tape, and before I made the motion, I said, I am making this motion, even though I'm gonna vote no, in order to, have it, move forward and we can vote on the issue. You have to state all motions in a positive manner. You can't have a negative motion, because if you vote down a negative motion, that doesn't mean it's approved. You have to state all motions in a positive, and then you vote yes or no. So I stated the motion in a positive, even though I said I was going to vote no. Listen to the tape.
All right. Discussion and possible action regarding current dog ordinances.
Dale, can I ask a question?
If it's about the dog ordinance, absolutely.
No, it's not, but I had,
You
you were
ask
looking
it.
down when I wanted to ask.
If you're holding your hand up, please go ahead.
Okay, I would like to know why Joel voted no. I would just like to know.
Because I go back to the point that I made when we did the last vote of the citizens that it affects do not want it. And we don't have a money tree that we can get $312,000 to connect streets up together. So I don't know where we're planning on coming up with money, so I have to vote no.
How do you know how much money it actually is? I don't think that has been settled yet.
The point that we had before was $312,000.
That
The
was
bonus
initial.
is we can move on.
Yes.
Well, I'm just saying that
And we
there's
lose-
additional information for you.
And we would also end up losing, probably lose the development as a whole if we continue to press this forward, to add the street in, because the grant money is already gonna be gone. Manny can't get that grant money to help, that he had tried to, or that we had gotten. And so now he's gonna put more money into it. I think it's a no-win situation. So,
You go back to 2018 when the first plan was submitted on this, and there was no connection to North Street. When Oaks did his, there was no connection to North Street, and this one, there was no connection to North Street. It's not like this goes against history of approvals. This is consistent with our history. So I think we should move on to
Caller,
number 7.
please mute your phone. Yes, we are on number 7. Caller, can you please mute your phone? Thank you. Please mute your phone.
We're going to hang up on them and they lose connection and we're going to recall them. I don't think we're going to say
I think they hopefully found.
All right. Agenda item number 7. Anyone want to take the floor on this?
Can I talk through it? Or?
Yes, please.
A couple weeks ago, walking my 2 dogs on a leash on Main Street, 2 dogs were loose, and they came out and attacked and bit my dog. It's the 3rd time that I've been illegal walking my dogs on a leash on city sidewalks, and I'm ready to do an attack, more to it. So, I don't want to just complain about offering solutions. I sent to the council 4 items that I want them to hopefully vote on and address tonight. The first item I listed was, what is the current dog license fee, even though it's not being enforced? The only thing I could find is from the application itself for the dog license, at the bottom it says $10. But I think Wendy told me today it's 0, so I don't know, what is the current dog license fee?
It was voted to 0.
Yeah.
It's 0, okay. Would it make sense to make it be a dollar amount, like $10 or something like it had been? Or was it voted to 0 because we're afraid people aren't gonna come in and pay it?
Which is still happening.
Okay, so are you comfortable with the, so there's no, the other reason I asked that is, as part of 5603, there is a delinquency, part that reads the, council can, set a delinquent penalty. So is there no delinquent penalty?
There could be if it was 0.
Oh, there could be.
I'm going to charge you delinquency for 0.
Well, because if you don't have it, there could be a $10 delinquency.
I get you. Yep.
And I can't remember what the resolution said. All those fees are set by resolution, and so Wendy can dig that up, and I'm sure that she has that at her fingertips. And she has absolutely no idea we had it. But I would have no problem with passing a resolution that had a $10 delinquency. I'd have no problem with adding a fee.
Chapter 56.03, titled delinquency, it's just one sentence. All license fees shall become delinquent on April 1st of the year in which they are due, and the delinquent penalty set by council resolution shall be added to each unpaid license on and after that said date.
So my question is, how many licenses do we have out right now?
Probably 1 in 10.
By two.
Two. So if he doesn't pay by April 1st, he's the only person in this town that owns a dog that actually will be delinquent.
No.
That's not true. How do you guys know who has a dog?
Any.
Anybody gets caught with it?
Right
Nobody's
now,
caught with it.
right now, there is no fee. And there's probably, a vast majority of people who have dogs in this town that have absolutely no idea that a license is required. Even if we keep the fee at 0, which I'm not in favor of, but if we did, we could still have people come in, take out a license, and if they don't by April 1st, it's delinquent, and a delinquency charge will be put on it, and there is a civil penalty for not having a licensed dog, which we could set. So there would be an enforcement for any dog in town that's not licensed.
When I moved to town 4 years ago, more, I was told that I didn't have, because as long as my dog was microchipped, I didn't have to do the license.
That was an option, yeah.
So, I mean, and my dog's been microchipped since he was a puppy, so,
You were told incorrectly. The correct thing, according to the ordinance, is if you're microchipped, you don't have to get the metal tagging, but you do have to come in and provide information about your dog to the city.
okay.
In case.
The other question I have on that though is, so the dogs that are microchipped in town, does Tony have a way of reading those microchips? Or do we need to buy
The
it?
vet does.
So the vet
They
is
would take
open,
them over to the vet when.
so the vet's open right now?
But Tony doesn't do any of the thing with the dogs now, so you can't count on that. But they used
Still
to
are-
take the dogs to the vet.
He still are-
to the mic-
He still does our.
But he said he's not gonna do that job.
Well, he may say that, but the ordinance
I know.
requires him to do it.
That's
So
his
I
job,
don't
so
really
does
care
his.
what he says.
Well, then you tell Tony, because
No
we have
problem, I
a
will.
problem. Because that's what, he has made the comment, and I heard it.
He
He's
can
not gonna
say,
do
he
that
can
job
say what he
anymore.
wants, the ordinance requires him to do it.
Well, thank you for asking him to do it.
So
But I just think if we're gonna require that, then we also need to provide Tony with the correct tools to do what he needs to do with the dogs.
Well,
The
what the
majority of
ordinance
it.
requires him to do is, if the dog is at large, to impound it. That is his requirement. His job does not, include going around and, sniffing dogs to see if they're sick.
But if they had a metal tag on, then he doesn't need to impound it, he can call that owner and say, come pick up your dog.
No,
He can the same as through on a chip.
Right.
So as soon as he reads the chip, then he can get a hold of the owner and they can charge the $25 for, doing it, and yes.
Yeah, so that's what I mean is, I mean, if we're gonna allow the people that have microchips to not have to have the metal tag, then We
He needs to have
he needs to have
one.
a reader to
I
do
agree.
that.
But you,
Well, at the time, we also thought that, animal control would provide service instead of being services.
Right.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, two thoughts. I talked to Anna at Animal Control. She said if they write a letter to the resident that owned the dogs that attacked me, there's a charge to the city. She said if they come down here to the animal control officer, there's a charge to the city. So I was asking Dale in one of these letters, was anything said to this resident that had the 2 dogs that attacked me? Has anything been said?
She's in there. Good. Letter was sent.
A letter by us or did?
Anna called both and spoke to both parties.
Okay, because if you mentioned Tony, these 2 dogs were let out by a child through the back of the house. The parents were in the house, but evidently didn't know. So the dogs were outside and we walked by the house, they saw my 2 and they came and attacked my dog. So how could Tony have helped in that? I know, I agree he has some responsibility, but in that situation, it's not like he can impound the dog.
Exactly the same problem you would have with animal control. If this happened, what can animal control do? They're half an hour away.
Right.
And so, whether it's Tony or whether it's animal control, you have the same problem.
So there needs to be something to educate the residents of Maxwell, so this is less likely to happen, which refers me back to the letter that Steve wrote that you guys have a copy of, because I emailed it to you today and I dropped it on your desk in front here. Steve is suggesting we put in with the November water bill a letter that explains what the code is, what the responsibilities are as far as being on leash, at large, those types of definitions. I wanted to add, if there indeed was a $10 fee, that we add that the fee would be waived if you came in by the end of the year and waived even next April, to entice people to come in and register. But if there is no fee, I guess that.
There still could be a delinquency.
Okay.
I would be willing to, go one step beyond what you were, doing and say anybody who comes in and licenses, their dog properly, will get a 2026 license that will be good from November 1st of 2026 to March 31st of 2027, whether they do it now or whether they do it on April 30th.
Yeah.
They'll still be, they'll still get a 2026 license at the charge today, which right now is 0, and there will be no penalty, delinquency for anybody who failed to get it because we want to get everybody a license.
I've been in favor of that. I just trying to think through the solutions. I told my wife, well, I could text or email or call each one of these people in town that attacked me and let them know, hey, I'm gonna go walk in the next half hour. But that, and then they would be able to put their dog aside and know that I'm not gonna be attacked. But then I leave my house open to breaking in or whatever, because everybody knows I'm not home. So that didn't work. So I think educating is one.
I'm okay with educating.
The letter is one way to do it. I also have offered to you guys a flyer, a trifold flyer, which is titled Dog Ordinances Quick Review. And outside of it is a sign I'd like to have the city post. On the inside, it quotes the city code and the recent October ordinance that clarified it. And on the back is just a miniature version of the dog license application. Comments saying, let's work together, be a good citizen, keep your pets under proper control. I think it should be handed out anytime somebody comes in and asks a dog issue. It should be handed out when they come in to register and get a license, and it should be included in the welcome wagon handout that we give the new people moving into town. Because there are people in trailers down in the park that don't know the city ordinance. I would wager if you ask most of the people in town, they don't know the city ordinance was changed in October 24 to state that you have to have your dog under control and on leash and those types of things. So educating is something we can do, and we're failing to do that. The other way to educate is post signs. So I have given you guys examples of 3 different signs I would like to see posted around town. I thought this was part of the original ordinance changed when we had that discussion, but perhaps not. I would like one sign in front of the vet office here in town, which would get a lot of people seeing it that have dogs. I'd like 2 signs posted down in our main city park where there currently are still dogs running loose in the morning. And I would like 2 more, or maybe possibly 3, on the trail, bike trail signs that are there. I would assume the city needs to vote to cover the certain cost. If so, I just suggested, I showed you the price of them. Price of them was under 200, but the 6 that I was suggesting. If you guys are willing to vote like 150, I'll cover the balance, I don't care. I mean, I just think it's something we need to do to continue to further educating our residents and those that come into town with dogs that aren't residents. And I think that's a reasonable way to do it. Send a letter out with the water bill, post some signs. That would make me happy at the moment, I guess.
Mayor, I sent out in the spring newsletter, please register your dog blurb, and it's been on the water bill, so we've sent out 2 mailings recently.
Can we put together another newsletter before next month?
Sure.
I think it's time we're due for another newsletter, so that we can do that with some parking violation issues, code enforcement.
And we currently have 12 registered dogs for this year.
Thank you.
This application for license, is that ours?
That's ours.
Okay, but down at the bottom it does say, city tag is $10. So.
Probably wasn't updated with
So, yeah, so we need to make sure that it matches our zero.
As council members, could we hand these out if we see an animal running loose and the owner then collects that animal? Could we give them, just for your information, here's something to help you?
Stop you from anything else, whether it's accepted or not, is something else.
Because I have stopped, are you aware of the new dog leash ordinance? Yeah, I know, but I'm not gonna put my dog on a leash. And I said, okay, thank you, and throw it away. But I've done it to somebody else and they said, no, they didn't know about it, and they thanked me. So
the discussion tonight, can you guys take a vote on how much to spend on signs? Can you take a vote on whether to send the newsletter out? Can you take a vote on whether to?
This is all actionable items by the council, we just have to make a motion and, second, and then we can discuss it. Make a vote.
Okay, and I hope somebody in the council will make a motion to address those 4.
I would be allow $150 toward the signs to be placed on the trail, or at the end of the trail down there. And 2, as Rich suggested, 2 in City Park and 1 at the vet's office.
Second that.
Further discussion?
So this is the motion on signs only.
Yes, that's.
Okay.
Okay.
Clarification, since I offered, if it's more than 150 and I'll pay the difference, can we still buy the signs?
We gotta
So
decide.
do I have to limit it to 150 when we shop for them?
Council has to vote. That would be, should have been part of their motion.
Can I amend?
You can.
Okay, Rich Wehrman has agreed to pay the balance of any of these, the cost of these signs over and above $150.
Fair enough.
Okay, further discussion?
Where are we getting the signs?
The ones I showed you were on 2 different sites, Amazon and another signsdogs.com or something like that.
Are they metal signs?
Aluminum.
Okay.
Yeah.
Printed on aluminum.
Yeah, there's choices of vinyl, plastic, and aluminum. The aluminum ones were the higher price, so I'm assuming they're the better ones, the lasting ones. And I know of signs.
On our flag depository, out in front of the building, that's aluminum sign with the aluminum with sign printed on it. So,
and how's that lasted?
It's been there for 3-4 years. The issue of making sure you have aluminum signs is that these are being posted not on a solid object, they're gonna be posted on a pole, and they're gonna be vandalized.
Could be. We don't know that, could be. So are you suggesting that you don't want to educate people by putting signs out?
My vote will tell you that.
Okay.
Alright. Any further discussion? Joel?
Yes.
Ken?
Yeah.
Doug?
Yes.
Sue?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Alright.
Now, in this particular case, has something, a letter been sent then to the dog that did attack ours? We did send a letter.
Just Anna had conversations with both of them.
Is there a consequence at some point? This is not the first attack, is it?
So they keep track of that. The animal control keeps track of that for multiple violations. I think it's 2 violations, and they can quarantine the dog for a week.
Can or will?
If you want to pay the $100 to keep the dog.
I would also add that if we did have a fee for a dog license, that could fund replacing those signs after they're vandalized or any other cost that might show up. Can I get a vote on the other 3 issues? Well, let's see, yeah. What's the current license fee? Are we gonna go with what's on the application, or are we gonna go with?
That has to be done by resolution, and so it has to be at a different meeting, because we don't have a resolution coming up.
Okay. And,
This would be a good time to ask a council member if you're interested in having a resolution written for our next meeting to ask them to do that, put it on the agenda.
okay, more of you guys?
Sure, I'll do that.
And then,
Thank you, Steve.
can the flyer be approved to be handed out and or included in the welcome wagon thing and or handed out when the city has somebody come to apply for a dog license?
There's no copyright on the flyer, so we can just print what you provided and, trifold it and have it available, right?
Yeah.
As long as the fees on that license are.
The flyer doesn't mention fees.
And I doubt if anybody can
Does,
read
but you
it.
can't see them.
It does.
So they're
Why?
Well, I could change the flyer to address the fee
I can
issue.
see now.
If you change the schedule on that application, I can change that.
Well, I heard Wendy, correct the, license to what it is right now, which is no fee. And provide Rich a copy of that, and he can, replace the one that he has in the flyer, at least for now.
Rich wants to send the editable copies to Wendy. She can make those changes, print it.
And then, if we need to get a vote on sending out a newsletter, letter about Steve's.
He already said you guys sent out a newsletter.
We'll include it in the newsletter.
Rich said that there were, 2 grammatical errors that I made, and that he circled them, and I didn't get a copy of any thing circled. You sent me a copy, but there wasn't anything circled.
There's one on your desk that I paper clipped, I put one on Emily's desk earlier today, and it has a copy of your letter with the grammatical errors.
Well, spelling is not grammatical.
Well, that's
Potato, potato.
Grammar is
I
not
have a
spelling.
teacher, where you
well, I'd say one grammar.
And has, okay, so has
And, I think. it's-
and.
Ants.
I wasn't critiquing you, go look at it later. You should have sent it out if it had something else.
Rich, I just never can tell.
It's from the mayor, so it's okay. It's acceptable.
Yeah, they would accept it. They would understand.
Thank you guys for allowing me.
Thank you, Rich. Moving on, discussion and possible approval of a bid for replacement of concession stand door at Legion Field. I am struggling to find this right this very moment. I'm guessing it's right there.
Well, before we move on to that, we were still on the animal protection and, the question was raised about whether or not this animal had bitten more than once, and I believe you said your reply was that the animal control officer had investigated, and if there is more than once, that they will quarantine it for a while. Our ordinance is not that liberal. Our ordinance says that if it attacks, the mayor will investigate and will make a determination of whether or not the dog needs to be removed, and then notify the property owner. The property owner, if it's to be removed, has the right in 3 days to request a hearing, in which case it goes in front of the council, and a decision is made by the council to support the mayor's removal or not. So we don't need the animal control to say that it has to bite twice, and if it does, it's just a determination by the mayor whether or not the animal is dangerous, and if it's dangerous, then tell the property owners to remove it. So if your determination is that it's not dangerous, then have the courage to say that.
I would help you with that, Dale. I would suggest this one is not one I would call vicious or dangerous in this case. The family has convinced me, so if that helps.
And that's part of the investigation, when the mayor would talk to you, talk to the owners of the animal, and just has to say it's dangerous, and the dog is told to be removed, and if they don't like it, come to the council, and they convince the council that it's not dangerous, then the council will not support the mayor. There is a process, and it's fair and equitable, and not arbitrary to some figmentary animal control officer.
And it is defined like that in that letter that you wrote up that we're
Yes, it
proposing
is.
to send. Yeah.
Very good. Thank you. Discussion possible approval of a bid for replacement of concession stand door at Legion Field. So I asked Newsberger to go down and take a look at the door. The door was broken into 3 times in a period of about a week. Finally, the 3rd time, they finally made entry and, of course, did enough damage to ruin the door. I didn't expect this bid to be quite this high, but on the same token, he's won several of our bids for being low bidders, so I wanted the council's advice if they wanted additional bids or if they were willing to just consider this one.
Is this 3 doors?
I'm sorry, this is the one door. This is a 3-foot man.
3 foot. Oh, 3 foot.
Man door. So this is down at the Legion Field, right next to the bike trail.
Can we have the sheriff's department check like fingerprints or anything like that when these things happen?
I know.
Yes, but they don't look at fingerprints very frequently.
Do you have something to say on that? Because
That's what we pay them, $60,000 a year for, is to do investigations.
that's right.
So, I mean, we can request it, but whatever they've done on their investigation, I can't step in and say it was done wrong or done right or.
No,
I mean,
but
that's
we
what-
got a
Well, I
live
just say
wire
we
in
can
them.
request that they do an investigation, and we can request that they provide a written report on their
Yeah,
investigation.
and I think somebody needs to be doing that. Because if there's been so many break-ins and so many problems, it's cheaper than putting up cameras all over town. And that's what we pay them for.
Maybe yes, maybe no. Cameras can be pretty inexpensive.
Plus the site evidence.
Let's say 2 cameras would
Yeah,
have caught
evidence.
this, for the price of this, 2 cameras would have caught that person.
So that's kind of the issue, part of the problem. Like, yes, the police can come. Fingerprints are not very feasible on an outside exterior door that's used by multiple people, especially a commercial door. The other side of that is fingerprints on kids usually aren't fingerprints. So
I thought that was something they had to do with school now.
No.
you don't have to be.
That was only in Des Moines then.
So, cameras are not necessarily even a deterrent, but they are an assistive tool of capture or conviction
Investigation.
and investigation.
We get to the point where we don't need the sheriff's department anymore.
Still need somebody to press the charges. So.
That would be wonderful.
The,
We didn't get a second.
was there anything inside? What were they trying to get in to do?
There was nothing missing. They were just there to damage.
It's like the kid on the motorcycle thing, the green one that drives all over town and drives through the soccer field and does. And he has like a 3-year-old and a 5-year-old in front of him, driving all the way through town.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to string a wire.
So what he's proposing is a steel door machined to steel craft specs to a fur frame.
To fit the existing frame. So this isn't a frame replacement because the frame is concrete and steel. So the frame is fine, but the actual door piece. So this would be, he has to spec a door to replace it.
It's a non-standard steel
It is
door.
non-standard.
Huh.
It's too tall. And the hinges are, he found the manufacturer, which is Steelcraft, and the hinges are specific for Steelcraft. They're different than the standard door. So he did a little research to come up with it.
Well, I move approval of the Duesberger construction bid. It would have been nice to have 2 bids, but like you said, he's low bidder for labor, and if the majority of the cost, and I believe the majority of the cost is the door itself.
The cost of the door and the key. Yeah.
I'll second.
Further discussion? Sue?
Yes.
Doug?
Yeah.
Joel?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes, I would think that, in the future, if anything gets vandalized or something like that, maybe we should be proactive with the camera. We have cameras around that we use for different things. The door has only been every 3 times, so we had to go in.
Yeah.
So I didn't find out until the second time. And by that time, the next night it was broken into again.
And that's owned by the city, correct?
The city.
So did we receive any reports on that, Wendy? Did they send any?
I just
I have the case number.
yeah, that's a bunch of that. I just first, so the rec department found it because they're the ones who utilize it. So they found it was broke and they called the sheriff and gave a report to the sheriff. The sheriff got out.
I'd like the Public Safety Committee to look in, to review the report, and report back to the council on, what their findings are. I think they're more educated in this type of thing than I am, so.
I got no issues with that.
Can you send me the case number?
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, discussion of possible approval of the,
Is there any reason why we can't just use, like,
throw a tree cam down there.
even a, door camera, put up in the rafters so that it covers the area. And I mean, it doesn't have to, as long as it's recorded to a thumb drive, instead of to the network, it doesn't have to have a network connection. And the resolution I know is not terribly great, but that's better than nothing.
I don't know. Thumb drive would fill up awful fast.
Well, they write over so that you go down and you say, oh, this is, it's been broken into in the last couple of days. Well, you can get a couple of days on a thumb drive without it, because it's only on when it's something is
Motion activated.
Motion, yeah.
So if we
Most
use-
door cameras are motion activated.
The only issue I have with that is if I'm going to break into someplace like that, then I'm pretty certain probably doesn't limit it and it's gonna take me.
Well, you put it up in the rafters so that it's hard to get to. Get a good picture of them trying to get to it. Just something to think about. And again, the safety committee can certainly deal with that.
Alright, discussion and possible approval, or not approval, because there was no bids of the Baldwin Outlet Channel project.
Right, assuming we didn't get any late, yeah, unfortunately, we did not get any bids on the Baldwin, outlet channel, request for quotations. So I had reached out to the initial contractors that we had sent it to. I don't know if you in the city or anybody sent it out to anybody else, we can reach out to them as well. If we've done before, we say, is there a reason why you did it, you'd be able to share, is it a time frame, is it the form of the contract, and you know, what the issues are. I've heard from 2 of the contractors that we sent it to, one of them just is too busy and is a little far away, so they were not interested. The other one, said it's pretty small for them, but, it was why they didn't initially look at it, but they would be willing to look at it more in depth. They had a couple of things that they had requested, like some CAD files to check the grading. We corresponded on them. They were concerned about the accuracy of the earthwork quantity. I offered that we could do some pre and post surveys if that would help. I mean, it's a price contract. They said that might work. I said, or they might be willing to do it as time and materials, and just do it that way. You know, $8,000 a day or whatever it is. I said that might be a possibility. I think we would want to definitely ask for an estimate with that and make sure that it doesn't blow beyond that. But that could be, we realize the savings if we're able to get in there and get it done quick. They're willing to work with us. We had several correspondence back and forth. I just sent out that email today, so I haven't heard from anybody else, but I may, so we'll kind of keep that avenue open. We'll have to look at, because it's under the bid threshold, it's in the request for quotations threshold. I don't know what the threshold is for just being able to negotiate a contract, like we're able to just pick a contractor and get them on board. I don't know if we can do that quite. So we might have to reissue a request to people and say, hey, here's a modified, here's your files, here's all this. We might still only get that one respond,
Can a small contractor do this? Could somebody
yes,
with a dozer?
Backhoe and a strong motivation. Yeah, it shouldn't be hard. It's excavation. It's tree clearing to get down some of the trees, and it's just excavation out. There's some rock to bring in. They have to have some equipment. Well, they have to have equipment, but they have to have some ability to know where to buy rock and things like that. But it shouldn't take much. Anybody that does general contracting at a level that would be eligible for a contract with the city should be able to do it. So
Wendy, would you reach out to JKT?
Yeah.
Jason Maxwell Construction?
Yeah, definitely. Anybody else who want? So at this point, I think let's reach out to contractors and find interest. I will try and find out what our legal bidding requirements are. If we have to put it out for rebid, or if we can just negotiate a contract.
Yeah, Marshall Excavation.
Okay.
Carl Marshall.
I was looking at the thing.
And even Sean, I don't know what time you use it?
I reached out to Sean. Yeah, he was the other one I talked to. He said he was just too busy. And I said, well, I was hoping you were in town and you just get to it. He goes, yeah, but he goes, while I'm here, I've got stuff backing up back home. And he doesn't have Thailand, this is a Thailand season. So, he said,
one question that I have is, on the cross-section, sheet W1, station 10 plus 62.5.
Page number?
It's our page 54. But West doesn't have it. You don't have page 54.
It
says 54?
When did you get to the back there?
You're high class.
I moved up in the.
Am I reading this correctly, that we're building berms on either side of the channel?
Yes and no. We are in the cross section here.
And it's right at the creek, and what's gonna keep it from washing away?
So, this is the outlet right at the creek, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It appears that that's the station.
Yeah. So this is where we're coming out of the creek. I talked to Spencer about this, and it's kind of a remnant of the way the software runs the section through the grading. In reality, that's where it's all tapering off, and it would just be the bank of the creek right there.
Okay, so we're not
No.
be building pumps in the creek?
No. Corps of Engineers would not let us. So, yeah, no, it's a remnant from the software. He said there's a lot of hassle to time and money to get it to not do that, and we're really not welcome with it.
Okay.
Plan in there too, so.
The station, on the next page, station 13.5, for plus 50. It looks like there is a berm on one side, and that's to keep the water from going into the property to the south.
I think it's the north. Or maybe, I don't have that sheet on mine.
You don't have page 55?
Nope, mine's not the 54. My printer might be right at me. Here, I saw the thing on so 13.5, so that's on, the stations are looking upstream, so that's on the left side, so that's on the north side.
Okay, so it's stopping the flow into the property on the north.
Yeah, if you're looking up
Yes.
straight, that would be the north.
Yeah. So that one, we've actually corresponded with that property owner, that they have a low area that's right there north of it. It doesn't drain very well.
And so it just add water.
Right, so what we, Spencer had some correspondence with them, and the way we left it was, when we get into the field to do this, we're gonna look at how that drains. So what we wanna do is, we don't wanna have our water just spilling out and getting big onto his property and then back into the channel. So the berm is there to keep our water in our channel.
But we also don't want to create.
We also want to create ponds, so there might be some small connections that we can do for a drainage of his area into ours. We also could take some, well, no, I can't, we can't do that, so, but there's some field modifications there that are difficult to do on the plan because it's such a minute thing, they don't show up. So we've talked with them already and plan to do that when we get out there in the field and build it.
By the green gate at the east side of that, there's some old junk and it looks like an old cultivator or something. Maybe they have Adam check on that or somebody, if that needs to be.
Is it in the way of the?
It's not in the way, but it's in the area, city right of way. So I don't know that it'll impact this, but it's something that should be taken care of too.
Yeah, the other thing that.
South side.
The other thing the contractor I was talking to.
I'm not sure.
I'll wait, I'll be patient. You gotta finish what we're doing first.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Alright, so the other item that the contractor brought up is he was asking if the city has a place to take any excess dirt. I said, I think we've talked about that in the past, is how Tony would like to have a pile of spare dirt. So I told him I believe so, I would verify that, because that also helps the price, because he doesn't have to haul it to his yard if he can waste it somewhere nearby. That's
Alley.
Okay. Okay. So somewhere in town we can find a spot, but it's like 800 yards or something like that, so it's not so.
We got 26
Okay, 11.
And it's all coming out. Wherever we put it, it's probably going to be in the floodplain.
Well, we need to be careful with that, because we can't fill in a floodplain, well, we can't fill in a floodway.
Right.
We can fill in a floodplain if Wendy signs off on the floodplain permit for us.
Right.
But.
I am the floodplain
You are.
manager. Next.
If the creek flow might just be able to take it straight across, well, no, because they've got to dig it out first, okay.
Well, what I'll do is I'll let them know that the city will have somewhere within town to talk about. We've talked about things with the plant before too.
Yeah, well,
so
water treatment plant too, so
but
we got.
We'll tell them there's somewhere in town.
Yeah, it'd just be nice to haul it someplace where we aren't hauling it over our streets.
Yeah.
But, yeah, we have a place. So there's no motion, no action.
Nothing at this time.
Okay.
Thank you, Spence. Wes, sorry.
Sorry, he's been corresponding more with Spencer here lately.
Discussion of possible approval of MIPA's comprehensive plan proposal for Maxwell.
But we discussed this last time and said no because of
What we
cost.
discussed last time was that somebody was going to reach out to the historian or to the Iowa State University guy, and I never heard anything back. So I'm trying to move forward with something.
Well, I would reach out. I wasn't the somebody that was originally. Dr. Susan Bradbury did this one, and she's still a professor up there, I believe. So I will reach out if we table this until such time. I know when we did it in 2009, of course that was hundreds of years ago, it was a very minimal cost. They're looking at $23,000 here, and I know it was under $5 for the entities of the school, Collins, and Maxwell. So I will reach out for her.
Well, I have a problem with that as long as it is on the agenda for the next month, because this is a requirement for many of our grants and things that we try and get accomplished.
Wasn't planning and zoning going to do something with it too? Comprehensive.
They asked for council to do it so that they could use it for their planning purposes.
Shelley and I were getting together Monday to go over the bit. So,
We don't have one yet, so.
okay, well, that's something that I'll say, I'll talk to Shelley about on Monday.
Is NIPA aware of our 2018 urban revitalization plan for Maxwell and the 9 maps associated with it? Tyler did a lot of maps back then, so.
Yeah, sorry, I was reading, were you asking me or?
No, I
I'll
was
ask
asking
Andrew.
anybody who may have an answer.
I'll ask Andrew, who did the presentation. I don't know.
Because a lot of what they need to do is just update the maps that we did in 2018. And that may affect their price. This is being tabled until November, but I would suggest that the Finance Committee take a look at whether it's a $5,000 or whether it's $20,000, exactly how it's going to be financed, and have that information available at the November meeting, so when it's approved, we know where the money's coming from for the budget amendment.
I agree. Thank you for volunteering yourself against it.
And
Alright, no action on that, so discussion and possible action on dead dangerous tree at 116 Metcalf.
Move approval for removal.
Second.
Further discussion?
It's on city property, it's a city-owned tree, we need to take it down, and I have no problem with them keeping as much of it as they want.
And we have funds available, so. Further discussion? Hearing none? Joel?
Yes, Jay?
Yes.
Sue? Doug?
Yep.
Steve?
Yes.
Ken?
Yep.
Yes, please, Joel and Jake. Stump removal as well, please. Discussion and possible approval of appointing Bryce Holbert to fill an open seat on the Planning and Zoning Commission, and possible approval of appointing Derek Carter to fill the open seat on the Parks and Open Spaces Board.
Move approval on both.
Sorry.
Further discussion? Sue?
Yes.
Ken?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Doug?
Yes.
Discussion and consideration of Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation regarding the proposed urban renewal plan amendment. I went too far.
No, that's it. Oh,
That was a requirement from our TIF attorney, that it goes in front of planning and zoning for recommendation.
What, the amending of the 2008 comprehensive plan, I don't understand why that would be necessary. If we're gonna be doing a new comp plan, we would be correcting what the 2008 comprehensive plan has in it. There's no reason to delete or change anything in it. It is what it is. And as far as the deleting the expiration date in the urban renewal plan, since the urban renewal plan was adopted by ordinance, do we have to, by ordinance, adopt a change to it?
That was one thing that was discussed. And they asked when it will be reviewed next, and there should be an expiration date on that. That was the questions that Shelley had asked.
Why would we want to bind ourselves to an expiration date?
State code required it at the time this was done. I have no idea anymore what the legislature has done in the last 8 years since this was done, or 28 years, however long it's been. If they still have a sunset clause on urban renewal plans, or if they don't. If they have one, then we need to have it in the plan. If they don't have one, then this language is as good as any. If this is a language that was recommended by the bond attorney, and I would assume that they're following the law. I don't know whether we need to be setting this up as an amendment as part of an ordinance, or whether we can just amend it. Do you have any insight into this? You're the expert.
I don't. Because of just the way you explained, has there been a change? But the question I was looking at, was that narrative provided by Dorsey and Whitney?
Yes.
So that verb was provided by
So
Dorsey.
this is good language, and if we need to have it as an amendment to the ordinance, have it amended as an ordinance, then I could certainly put something together for the November meeting. If it's just changing the language in the plan itself, then we can do it possibly do it by resolution. and again, it'll be a November meeting, so I just need to know,
When do we pose
Well,
that
for one.
question to Dorsey, just to get clarification? That help?
helps me. We know how to write it.
Thank you.
And we've already done 14, right?
Correct.
So the motion would be to defer to the November meeting.
Yes.
So moved.
Second.
Further discussion? Sue?
Yes.
Doug?
Yeah.
Joel?
Yes.
Ken?
Yeah.
Steve?
Yes.
Discussion of possible action of parking restrictions on the north end of the dead end of 7th Street.
I would like to look into the possibility of a hammerhead turnaround rather than a no parking, or maybe in addition to the no parking. There's been complaints about snow removal on 7th Street. Apparently, the snowplow goes one direction and then backs out, so it isn't getting plowed both ways. If we have, since it is a dead-end street, having a hammerhead turnaround at the end of it would allow the snowplow to come down, turn around, so they can plow down and plow back.
6th Street's the same thing. They go down and they go back, and they get one line down through the middle.
6th Street's a little bit harder because
I know.
the city doesn't own a swatch next to it. You could put a hammerhead turnaround here on 6th Street. I think they just need to,
They need to back up
back up
and do
back
it
around
again.
and
So
do it
would
again.
you relay that to the people who want the
Yeah, it's just harder. 6th Street is a
Yeah.
harder issue. But
So,
we
but
can,
we
we
need
can
more
ask,
than one lane.
I would ask our engineers to do a quick little design for a hammerhead turnaround there, and so that we could then bid it out or do it ourselves.
Does it have to be designed, because there's currently a non-alley, non-street position there that the city owns, that we could just drop some gravel and have make it a turnaround?
I don't see why any engineering would be necessary since we.
Well, I will bow to your expertise.
I just said I don't see.
Oh, there's 3 of us here that agreed.
There you go.
I was just throwing an idea out.
Is that gonna mess up with any drainage or whatever for the new development down in that area?
Not if you put it on their land.
We were talking about putting an intake in somewhere in that neighborhood.
Anything intake would be further east than that.
I mean, you can accommodate it wherever it might be.
I mean, we're talking about 12-foot wide drop of low rock.
All depends on how much it takes to turn a snowplow around.
Yeah. 25 or 30 feet deep in.
And it may have to go south to the property line and an equal amount north, so that you could take the snowplow, get it turned enough to get the plow as far south as possible, back it up, and then come back around. So it may be, that's why I said hammerhead.
Could be 20 foot on both sides,
Yeah.
12 foot wide, approximately.
I think the parking on
Well,
one
you
side
design
only.
it, I guess.
What are you gonna do about
I
that?
work at your discretion.
Yeah, I think they,
Looks like there's a building and parking already on our property,
There is.
yeah.
Where?
on the south side of that street.
There's a shadow, there's a little
It
shed
looks
there.
like a car.
No,
Maybe.
Car and a building.
there's a shed there.
No,
Shed and a
Yeah.
car.
we will ask them to move it off of our property.
Yeah.
Well,
I do
there,
think we
there
need-
is no yeah to it. It's in the right of way and it's a hazard, so it needs to be removed.
Wendy,
That's what I said, yeah,
sounds like a
it
job,
needs
Brad.
to be
Do you
removed.
have
I was agreeing
those
I thought
with
you
you.
were being
notify them?
sarcastic. I'm sorry.
No, I'm not ever sarcastic anyway.
You just were.
Ever. I do think the parking on one side only needs to be done on 7th Street then, because I have gone down and it's difficult if they're parked, you know, on both sides of the street.
Yes, we have parking one side on, North Street.
Yeah.
And it's curb and gutter, and this is curb and gutter, so.
Yeah, I think one side only.
So is there already language that, to that effect?
Yeah, I believe so.
Then all we need to do is enforce
On,
it.
on North Street, yes, but I don't think seven, I don't think seven.
Oh,
7th Street on the north side from Metcalf east to the end of the block.
All we need to do is enforce it.
Okay.
That's Code of Iowa.
And sign it.
And put signs up, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
So according
That's
to
part of what
property
they were
lines on
thinking.
Beacon, I don't know how close it is, but we've got a pool and a fence that's on our yard too.
Mm-hmm.
What a Beacon.
Yeah.
Look at property lines on there.
And you're talking about the, Faux Street.
North Street,
We have
a pool.
a pool on
and
North
a
Street.
fence on North Street, on the south side of North Street.
Okay, I'll look at Beacon. One of my favorite sites.
It is, it's a nice site.
Yes, it is.
In our ordinances, when I was reading through, like on the building codes, it said that driveways should be room for 2 cars parked there. Is that something that they have on 7th that would alleviate some of their parking in the street?
You're gonna force everybody to make double wide driveways in their yard?
Yeah, well, that's what the building codes, when I was reading through my antiquated black book.
So where's the pool on North Street?
608 North Street.
608 North Street has no pool
At the
in
dead
North Street.
end. Yes, it does.
Where?
At the dead end,
South of the street.
Right, your house?
behind the house.
It's encroaching over the
No,
property
no,
line.
that's not on North Street.
Yeah, the backyard, the house on the south
The
side.
backyard. The faux street that is our
Faux
lot.
Property.
I'm sorry, the faux street.
Yes.
Which used to be a street, which used to be an alley or a raceway, or whatever you guys wanna call it. But if you look at 608 and property line, it goes through there.
I would caution anyone, and maybe I'm more than happy to be corrected by our friendly engineer here, but I'd caution anyone to assume that the property lines shown are real property lines. It may be encroaching in the city, or it may be that the property line they show here really follows that fence. But it's worth investigating.
That's 6 feet.
Yeah, well,
There's, I've seen Beacon be off more than that, and Beacon has caveats all over their site that says not to be used as survey, and they can be wrong, so if you're going to enforce any kind of encroachment, my recommendation is to have it surveyed, establish the pins, and that's the true line, more so than Beacon. Now, Beacon can give you a good idea where you might have an issue, but before enforcing, definitely get a survey of it.
but your point, what was your point? I missed it. Because I started arguing.
Well, we were just talking about putting a deadhead on 7th Street.
Mhm.
And I mentioned there's a car and a building on that part.
So we could do it on North Street also.
So we could put a deadhead there or a road all the way through on North Street.
No, we can't put a road all the way through, but we certainly could do a hammerhead turnaround on North Street also, which may help the snow removal.
or we can just connect
But
the
it
two.
won't do anything for a safe route to school.
Well, I'm not going to vote on connecting the two.
Then we can just drive through the snowplow. Sorry.
So
Touchy
you
subject.
wouldn't even have to back up. You could just drive through. It's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, the Wendy turnaround, gee, how would that work?
Wendy, can you review, we had an ordinance amendment for parking with specific locations. Can you review and find 7th Street, if there's anything on there? If the council's not opposed, we can table that till next month to determine whether or not it's already on there.
It's already there, we just need to put up signs, right?
Yes. I don't find any of, the language that I saw 6 months or a year ago had specific streets and locations where no parking was allowed. Don't find that in our ordinance, so. At least electronically. Any opposed?
No.
I'll say aye.
I'll make a motion to table it,
I'll
November.
second if you made it.
Thank you. Further discussion? Joel?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Doug?
Yep.
Stu?
Yes.
Kid?
Yep.
Discussion and possible approval of request to Economic Development Authority to adjust low to moderate income relief percentage.
Well, good evening.
Whoa.
I
Looks like a little mouse back there.
I think I was going to be on payroll before the night was done. I need whoever sits at that desk to come organize my office. So I know I've had a chance to meet some of you. Brenda Dreyer. I actually lead our economic development team at the Ames Regional Alliance. I have served in the past in the outreach role, so just to refresh everybody's memory, the Story County Supervisors invest in our services to assist the rural communities under 2,000 in Story County. So it's an interesting role because first and foremost, I'm here to support the community and do what I can do to facilitate economic development. And so I've been working with Clint on the item that is in front of you this evening. Wendy, did they get
Yes.
copies? So I've been in economic development 30 plus years. And I'd say, I'm constantly learning and doing new things. And so one of the things that I've never done before is go through the process to challenge the percentage of LMI set aside. So Clint started down this road earlier, and what I will tell you is TIF is confusing in itself, and then when you decide you're going to use TIF for housing, it gets further complicated. Really think in terms of when this was done and designed, I think the crafters of this were very sensitive that TIF be used for high-end housing and using it in such a way that we're worrying about the stuff that's up here and not worrying about all the housing needs of the community. And so that's really where this came up. What's interesting about Story County is we have a very large community that's more than half of our population. And that community has a lot of interesting dynamics to it, including, for a very short amount of time, people that have little to no money. And so it drives our percent of low to moderate income up above 50%. There's only one other county out of 99 that is higher than us, and I'm sure there's some rationale. It's Potawatomi, which I think is Council Bluffs, and probably Omaha comes into play there. But, so the challenge becomes, is, especially when you're thinking about that high percentage, and you're doing really, in the grand scheme of it, a pretty small subdivision. So I'm having this discussion tonight here with you all. Next Wednesday night, I get to be in Roland and have the same discussion, except theirs is an 18-lot subdivision, and in November in Colo. Because now we have a plan that we can talk about a specific development, talk about the actual cost of that development. We can look at what the census data tells us about Maxwell, and we're gonna build a case with the Iowa Economic Development Authority to challenge that high percentage for you all specifically as it relates to this project. So, what I would tell you, I didn't look very far, because I think we have a very compelling case that you can look at the American Community Survey, which is a fancy word for the census off census 10-year. So it's a very credible source. You can go to that, and right in black and white it tells you Maxwell's LMI, average median income, is 20% higher than that of Ames. So we know that there's a higher percentage of folks in that area than Ames has, and that there's a higher median income. What's really interesting, I gotta make sure I'm not getting my towns confused, but there also, if you look at the poverty rate, so question 3.3 in the document that Wendy gave you, the poverty rate in Maxwell is 3/5 that of Ames. So basically, I'm just saying we have a rationale, first off, to build the case that 50% is not the right number for Maxwell. You all generally probably know that. The other piece of this puzzle is that we have a specific project, and Clint has been very forthright when I said I need this info to not be hedgy. I appreciate it because we've got to be presenting true facts on this project. So you can review the document, you know what he's going to be paying for interest, you know what his developmental costs are for this phase of the project, and generally, and identify what they paid for the land in this section of the project. So we have costs that are projected at 1.2 million. They've identified what they plan to charge for lots. They've identified what they project the house values to be. Where we think, again, we're not gonna know until the assessor goes out there. But again, we are building a case really around 50.07. So keep in mind that all of this data, the state is gonna take, they're gonna put it into their formula. They don't ask me to figure out how to put the interest into kind of the numbers you see on that table. But ultimately, they're going to use those numbers. They're going to try to find your interest number, 7.25 and the amortization. And they're gonna basically come back and they're gonna say, if we leave it at 50%, this project's not gonna work. I know that even if we don't factor in interest, and we are very aggressive on build out of 5 units a year, which again, I consulted Clint on that. When it's all said and done, between revenue from the lots and TIF revenue that would ultimately be rebated back to them, and there's $100,000 that you all have hanging over from another TIF that I don't even know that I quite understand, but ultimately, 15 years, which is going to require a request of the other taxing entities. Again, this is not doing this. This is just presenting a model to the state that says, we want 50.07 reduced to something that more closely matches what's in Maxwell, because ultimately we have a project, if we want it to proceed, it doesn't work at 100%. So that's kind of what this is. So I'm just telling you that that's why it's there. I wouldn't interpret it into a development agreement or any of that. That's a different document. This is all about asking for a reduction on that 50.07. I drafted it on your behalf. If I missed or didn't get something, I encourage you to get that changed before you actually submit to the state. We've got the actual where is it located in the city, we used to be good. And then, the actual layout, but I have no idea how long this is gonna take, cause in 35 years, I've never done this before. But this could hold this up. If I were in Clint's shoes, unless this has changed, this would be a hard, regardless of anything else, it's a hard math equation with interest rates as they are and building supplies being higher. You haven't had an abundance of new housing, so nobody really knows, are they gonna be able to build and sell 5 houses a year? So, again, I thank you for being transparent and giving me this stuff, but I'm just trying to build a simple case that 50% is not right for Maxwell.
And you're doing it for not just Maxwell, but.
And then I gotta turn around and do it for,
Roland and.
yeah, and I use their census data for that, but I'm doing it for all three. I actually tried to build a case that said, let me make the case for, maybe you remember me saying that, I'm gonna make the case for all the other, 11 or 12, but I have to do it because I have to include project-specific data on why we're requesting that. So the other projects are like this, but a little different, but, this will be the same narrative that I have with Roland next week, so.
So there's one thing at sea, and now we have it settled, the North Street connection is not happening.
Okay.
That is a $200,000 excess expense that was added on as engineering costs and connection fees that will not be there now.
Okay. I suspect still a 7.34%, even when they factor that in, there's gonna be a case to be built to drop it, okay?
Yeah.
So,
I think there still is.
yeah, when you've got your copy, so you can change it. Okay. I was just trying to help you out.
No, I agree with that.
Because again, I had never done this before in 30-some years. I said, how do I expect, this is why you should keep me around, so I can help get you started on it. That to replace what, your city clerk is doing. The other thing I wanna talk a little bit about while I'm here, is that, so then you're saying to yourself, what do we do with the set-aside money? And if you have friends in Huxley, they're sitting on a lot of set-aside money. If you have friends in Nevada, I can tell you, that's $435,000 they're setting on. And again, had I flashed back 10 or plus years ago, I probably would have helped challenge it for both of those towns. But they have much larger housing projects and lots of new housing, and they're doing just fine. But then it's what can you do with the money? And that's really where we're at with Huxley and Nevada and Slater right now, is trying to figure out legally what we can do. So in the application, I have provided some suggestions that I know can be used for set aside. You belong and you make a contribution to the Story County Housing Trust Fund. They only serve people of low to moderate income. That could be something that Wendy could pay your annual contribution to that every year. That check, it's a minimal amount of money probably, but it's gonna take a little time for your pot to be built up. But you might as well be using that money to support that money not coming out of another pot.
Sometimes comes back.
Yeah, and the other thing that, I'll use the Methodist Church in Huxley, I'm sure has been fixing up houses in Huxley for folks that might need a few repairs. They get money, they can do houses all over the county. You might decide as a council, as this pot gets bigger, you wanna be able to enhance those repairs. So you've got an entity that's already checking their income, so Wendy doesn't have to do that and you don't have to be involved with that. But you might decide for every $2 the trust fund puts in, we'll pull $1 out and we'll match those efforts to help folks that meet that LMI to fix up their houses. There are ways that if you were to build a new daycare or add spots in a daycare, you can work with the daycare to find out what % of people need that, and you can make contributions to support daycare. But I just pretty much provided kind of some ideas around owner occupied repair, rental assistance, so things that the trust fund does that I know potentially you could support. You can add ideas, again, Dorsey and Whitney's ultimately gonna tell you if that idea is gonna work or not. But it's gonna be a few years before you have any money. I just want you to know that it will be, and can be, a really neat tool to do some things in your town as a benefit. So I was like, well, why are you helping out JAMC, right? Did I get that right? Why are you helping out? It's like, here's a benefit then that you're gonna have available to other folks in your town. So, I can't tell you how long this will take. You're kind of my first person in 35 years I've ever done it. I think we get the corrections. It does require the mayor's signature. And it will require some proceedings of tonight's meeting so that they know he was authorized to sign and that I discussed this with you.
The 3 bullet points that you include there, are page 78, on what the city can do with its set aside, are all 3 really great suggestions. Paying our local match would relieve a little bit of our budget constraints. We've done 1 or 2 owner-occupied house repairs.
I forgot you got some.
And we could certainly, the interest has been on the council to continue to do that. It's one of those things that where we get leftover money and then we can do something. This would make it so that we could really set up something that would get something done. I'm less familiar with rental assistance programs. Is that something that is done out of the county someplace?
Yep, so there are multiple organizations that do provide rental and utility assistance. I could have added utility as well. So Good Neighbor, Salvation Army, Micah, so you could work with them, and by telling them you have funds available, you're not providing rental assistance in Nevada. They would use your funds for Maxwell and it could be available. And they all are able, because I help out Nevada with this, they're all able to provide you documentation on the backside of, we provided 2 months of and your school district probably knows who's helping out Maxwell people, because sometimes it's usually the school that contacts those organizations or the churches.
My question would be that it wouldn't necessarily have to be limited to Maxwell. We could do it to the Maxwell area, which includes the school district area, what may include the trailer court.
Yep.
We could be a little bit more inclusive where we know that there are some low and moderate income needs.
That would be at the desire of the council to do that. But like I said, it's really, again, I think a neat conversation for some of these rural towns that all of a sudden have some new housing, that now we can think about how these dollars might be revolved. And again, you're gonna have probably in your financials a rolling total of what's in your TIF.
And you can adjust the map so that it does not show the connection and drop the
That
dollar
would be
amount.
Clint.
Yep.
And now there may be additional costs when we talk about putting stormwater pipe in at the back of the yards in order to have water management, but we wouldn't have that connection. So the dollar amount is still just an estimate.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
so this is not, I want to be very clear, this is not your development agreement with them. This is really kind of a glimpse at time trying to build a case that this needs some relief on the LMI. You know, I don't even know if they'll come in and tell me, okay, or tell the mayor 30, or if they'll just take you right to 20. 20, I think, is where they're kind of seeing, you know, again, it's gonna be in the 20 to 30% range, I think, when the numbers are run, which will help immensely, with the math equation on your project. So.
Well, I move that the mayor be authorized to sign the request to Iowa Economic Development Authority to adjust low and moderate income relief percentages.
One more correction before, I'll second that, but on that same page around 70B, is 16 lots, Clint, is that the right number?
We're, as part of these changes we're talking through, we'll go back and make changes based on
I just wanted to have the
tonight's
number.
decision and where we're at today, so.
Okay.
That could go under 15, yeah.
So that would be, again, a pretty, I would feel, I guess I would recommend if we could have some real clarity around the lot number, I think is pretty important to the case. If it goes down, then it's really important, I think, but.
I thought we were at 19 to begin with.
Well, I had 29 in my mind at one point.
Well, the total. Both phases.
This is only gonna be phase one for this.
But it's still the same tax increment finance area.
One.
Still the same TIF district, so it should include.
We will have to, I would suggest we go back in and make the request on a second phase.
Oh, okay.
So it'll be two different projects.
That is, and I would also probably say you wanted, obviously you'll have two different development agreements.
Yeah, and the reason for that is that right now, right now it's let's say $1 million total. If we were to do the entirety of it, it'd probably closer to 2 for all the additional paving, utility, etc. And right now, there's too many unknowns of the absorption. So the number of homes that will be built and purchased in a year, our goal right now is 5. But if it goes well, people are responsive to it and want to buy more in a year, that's great. But there's just too many unknowns. There just hasn't been a spec building in town for, as far as I know, for 20 years. So.
We have a motion.
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't hear a second. Further discussion. Very good. Sue? Yeah.
Yeah.
Joel?
Yes.
Doug? Steve?
Yes.
I resigned my post from that.
Okay.
So, literally, if you ever have questions on anything and you don't know how to get a hold of me, the mayor knows how to get a hold of me. Wendy, the two of these folks have been great to work with, so, but I'm here to be helpful when you need my help, so.
Thank you very much.
You can just copy me on any final speech, so.
Thanks, Brenda.
Great seeing you, Brenda.
Good to see you too, Steve.
Discussion and possible approval of term appointments for the Planning and Zoning Commission and Board of Adjustments. We did?
No, that was appointing somebody.
Oh, the terms.
This is, planning and zoning was, they were asking for terms of service that they weren't even up to date last time, so. They went with this, having 5 years, except for Bryce, having 4 years because of, what was it, 1/3?
Yeah, they could only do so
Like
many
the
per
city
year.
council,
Yeah.
To alternate.
and 3.
Right. So that's why they went with 4 years with Bryce. And after you open up the new seat,
It would be 4 years. Well, unless it's filling, it would be, the same years as Bryce.
you'd be at 30.
From 2025 to 2029. Because you need, well, first of all, this doesn't work. Because you're supposed to have, a 5-year appointment. And so 3 of them would be appointed, and then 2 would be appointed. So 3 of them need to have the same termination date. Or,
From their appointment
well,
date?
now I'd have to reread the code. Are they,
That's when they went.
You got 3 of them.
so each
4 years.
year, a person gets appointed, there's 5, okay, yeah. So we have 27, 28, 29, 30, the new person would be 31. Okay, yes, sorry about that. 31, and this is 25.
Unless,
So that'd be a
unless
second
that
year.
guy doesn't, or unless that seat doesn't get filled until 20.
Well, if we fill it now, we fill it now, it could be 26.
Yeah.
And, so, whatever today, 10 whatever of 26, so it'd be like a 1-year appointment, and then they'd be reappointed after that. And that would get everybody. But I think the ordinance says that it's, all the appointments happen at the beginning of fiscal year. We're gonna have to check that out, instead of just some random date. So, I move approval of these terms
Further discussion?
with the open seat being in 2026. To follow pattern.
Further discussion?
Well, that's when we went with the 4 years. It was
2026.
either 4, yeah, it was 4 years, right, it was supposed to be 5 years, but that would have made it the same as somebody else, so he had his choice, either 4 years or 6 years, and he took 4 years.
Right. I was,
The new one.
the new one is gonna be 1 year. So that we have a person reappointed every year.
Yeah.
2026, 27, 28, 29, and
So
30.
Bryce wants
If we
to-
went to 31, it would be a 6-year appointment, and that's not.
So if Bryce wants to redo it in 29,
Or,
then it would be
in
5.
26.
No, he's.
No,
Bryce-
Bryce-
Right.
29.
If Bryce wants to renew after 29, then it would be a 5-year appointment?
Oh.
They're all 5 years if they're set at the same day, they're the same year.
Bryce is the new
Same
person?
way.
Yeah.
All 5 years.
Oh, okay, I thought the new person was the vacancy.
No, they already had him.
Bryce is the new
This is-
person. What we voted on tonight.
What we should do is list on the open seat, that is to be filled, in 2026. If we don't get anybody, then, and that seat expires, then the next time it's appointed would be 31,
5 years later.
5 years later. But part of the reason that, for example, Shelley, were just to decide that she was moving and that seat is filled, whoever fills that seat would have it until 2028. They wouldn't get a 5-year, they would finish a term. And that's where we have moved up in the past. You finish a term, you don't get a new term. So, it's moved, seconded.
Joel?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Doug? Sue?
Yes.
Yeah.
Discussion and possible action on public safety committee recommendations regarding security cameras for city hall and library.
And what is the recommendation?
Well, so I have a company coming in on Monday to do a site visit. I had to send them pictures and measurements and all that kind of stuff, kind of a building layout. So they'll be in here Monday to do a site survey to give their recommendations on access control and cameras for City Hall and library. The problem that we're running into is still the internet. This company that's coming in to give us or to do the site survey they also work with IT stuff, so they're going to look at our IT status in there. I mean, I don't know if there's switches and all that stuff back there that I have no clue if any of those ports are live, so they should be able to help us out. So right now, my recommendation is just I'm trying to get quotes to get City Hall and the library building taken care of first. So I don't know that we need action on it. It's just that's what I'm working on, and then moving forward from each facility after that is going to be dependent on our IT status. So.
And our IT status may change if Huxcom.
That won't be until probably the end of 26.
Seriously? Yeah.
They delayed it again?
Yep. That's what they told. That's what we told Wendy was the end of 2026 is about the time they're looking at being here.
So what they told me, because they were saying for Christmas this year.
Yes, that's what they told me too.
That was just as of last week.
Yeah.
So.
Well, who knows, maybe Windstream or whoever they are will get their part done. And why wouldn't it work on the cellular network?
That's another option that they're going to talk to you about when they come in, is about cellular.
Because we already have all of our meter reading through the cellular network and telemetry to the sewer plant on the cellular network. So.
And that's when I talked to him on, I was on a Zoom call with him earlier this week. I don't know, I've had so many Zoom calls with the companies. That was one of the discussions we had about our lack of internet at some of the facilities. And so he brought up the cellular side of it, so that's one of the discussion topics that we'll have when he's here. I'm hoping to take him around to the other sites too, to kind of get an idea of it. He's primarily here for this area. Like I said, I want to start this one first. So
we have it in the budget, and we have an amount that's budgeted, and you're still within that amount, right? We don't know.
We don't know because that's so. What he's coming to tell me what he thinks we need to have. I've already kind of told him what I wanted, and then he will deal with the company that sells the equipment, and we'll come up with quotes. I'm hoping to have a couple quotes by November. So.
And it includes access cards and camera?
Yes.
Okay. That's what we had agreed to.
Yeah, just for this building alone.
First step.
First step. Phase one.
Yeah.
More phases to come.
Thank you. Tabled action until next month?
Yep. So moved.
Further discussion? Joel?
Yes.
Doug? Sue?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Alright, fire report, 4 calls, 30 people, no accidents, injuries. 25th October, pancake breakfast at the fire station. Gonna help buy candy for Santa Claus. Nothing needed from the city. Pass on the meeting minutes. Unless anybody wants me to read them. EMS, 6 page outs, 6 responded to. City of Maxwell was 3, 2 Indian Township, 1 Washington. EMS monthly training was completed. The truck check was completed. The CQI was completed. Nothing needed. Nothing needs done. Putting together a protocol and procedure for the Auto Event 3000. Library board, 180 books, 44 movies, 245 total attendance, 98 children, 147 adults. Total out for bridges is 181, 129 on hold, computer usage 19, children 36, critical 65, hotspots 13, open hours 83 of 89 hours. Monday activities started Monday this week. Annual Halloween party October 25th, Neighbors Night, Hot Cocoa and Candy on the 30th, general survey for state due on the 31st. Seeking fill-in help for Saturday staff coverage. Repairs for the buildings to start soon. Won't affect the open hours. Fall winter planning activities. Annual holiday party with fire department on December 20th. Sam will be there. Reading books and continue policy reviews. Let me read minutes. I will discuss one piece of the air document dated September 10th informed us that the city moved $5,000 from the library trust to the city general fund. The library board has asked me to speak with them about that, but I also want you to provide me some clarifying information so we can have that discussion. October Public Works.
Questions again? Have anything done? Any more new information about the repair?
They ordered our brick. Never anything since.
Streets are all done.
Question about the $5,000. How is that going to be answered?
So I'm getting the information as to what exactly we use that money for. It was
the resolution, the one we talked about.
We used it to pay for the shelves that they bought. They bought $5,000 some dollars worth of capital equipment, and so that was in their budget, and they did it, and so we moved it.
Yeah.
So if there's any, once you have the details of the bills that were paid, I'd be more than happy to be with you when we sit down, or Doug could probably do it, we'll from the finance committee.
Sounds good. Streets are done. Water pumped 2.1 million, sold 1.2. Backwash 111,000 gallons. Hydrants have been flushed. Going to have CIT jet the drain line for the water plant. Water is backing up in the plant while backwashing. It's unfortunate timing on that. Because we're about to get a new line put in there. Sewer pump 4.5 million gallons. CIT will be coming to do our yearly cleaning and inspecting. Have CIT clean and lift station while they're here. CIT will be jetting and locating the storm line for the northeast section of town. October clerk's report. Yeah, the office is 15th to the 17th for the IMFOA conference in Des Moines. What is that?
Iowa Municipal,
Iowa Association of Municipal Utilities.
No.
Financial Officer
Yes,
Association.
Yes, thank you. The franchise fee agreement has been drafted by our attorney and sent to Windstream and Huxcom for review by their attorneys. T-Mobile purchased U.S. Cellular's lease on the water tower back in May and is now requesting to replace the existing equipment. I have an initial call with them on 10/6. All information details are forthcoming.
As we had engineering review of the franchise agreements that we sent to Huxcom, USA, because everything's happening in the right of way, and as long as the code, as long as I know when we did the sewer, or the electrical and the gas, which no longer exists, but the electrical does, that was also reviewed by the engineers and the attorney.
I can send it to you.
So just tell codification project is underway. The first chapters were distributed to council for discussion at next month's council meeting. Currently working on the annual street finance report, also preparing the annual financial report. Questions on the budget report?
The budget. Yes. Somebody turn off pages. The code allows the clerk to move money around from line item to line item, as long as it doesn't increase the budget at the direction of council. And in looking at this, for mosquito control, we're at 300, almost 400% of the budget, and it is a separate classification item, health and social services, that it is going to be above 100%, which we don't want it to be. And so, I suggest that Doug and I get together and find where about $590 can be moved from a line item into that line item. And one of the suggestions that I would make would be under the economic development, that has 17,000, that we just moved 590 into the mosquito control, so that that is under 100%. And Doug and I are going to be meeting Monday, so we can bring that we can bring a recommendation back to the council at the November meeting, and we should be able to make it look a little bit better. That's one of them that is over 100%. The only one that I saw, some of them were pretty high, but like the roads, of course it's high because we did it. Yeah.
The next page, question there. LL Belling's building, it was right at 50,000. But our total budget, that very top line is 50,000. Alright, is that money coming from somewhere else?
Yeah, that's capital project. Alright, that's capital project. So roads, bridges, sidewalks is where LL Building came from.
Okay, okay.
LL Building.
Chip and seal.
Oh, that doesn't come from there.
Okay.
That comes from back on the previous page, under roads, bridges, and sidewalks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any issues with the budget report?
Nope.
Any issues with revenue report?
Revenues are running a little slow in some places. Shelter rent is way high. No, we budgeted $1,000, we're getting $3,000, so it's way high. Any negative amount is over budget, so we want negatives.
Negatives here are positive.
I think it's a very good thing.
Look at that, that's the end of my packet.
Except
Except for I missed West. Never mind West, he's in a different stack. 2 stacks.
That's 2 piles.
Way over here, this other pile.
He's got a,
Which one are you gonna do first, Wes?
he's got a packet almost the size of
So hold the 6 original tab as well.
Oh, did you get that in there? Okay, all right, I didn't know if we have time to cover this.
I just amended it.
Okay. That was, well, we can hit six, well, why don't we just go through my thing and then get to 60 math plan, we'll talk about 60 math plan. Baldwin Street reconstruction, so we did get the quotes for the resolution from a property claim on 619 Baldwin, so we've got the direction to move forward with that and get that resolved, so that'll be the last, I believe the last outstanding property owner claim that goes direct to the city. There's one still the contractor, maybe, or did you get that one?
took care of it.
Okay, so we are 0 on the property owner claims, so we're good, clear there. Spencer's putting together the final checklist of items the contractor still owes us on the paperwork and the audit. One of those things being the signed semi-final pay app and change order, which reflects all of the days and the adjustments to the price. The contractor has not been responsive on signing that for us, so we had sent it to him, we amended it just the other day to revise one to change the days a little bit. So he's not going to responsive on the first one, I doubt he's going to be very responsive on this one either. So one of the things, we have sent that change order already to the DOT for their concurrence, and we're looking for authorization and direction from the DOT to continue with the audit. Normally the audit doesn't start until the contractor signs off on the last change order stuff. Because the contractor's dragging their feet on that, we're asking the DOT, hey, can you at least start the process so that we, because there's some time involved for the DOT to do their audit. So we're asking them, hey, can we start at least get it going and we'll resolve the change order stuff with the contractor on the back end. So that's still out there, but we're looking for that. We talked about the storm outlet issues already. So I think that's all I have on the Baldwin Street reconstruction, unless anybody else has anything. Doug, did you get your questions answered?
No.
Right. I keep wanting to like answer, make it clear, and
I'm still.
So
Spencer is proposing adding a day in May and a day in June, one when they did seeding and one when they came and took the berm and all that stuff out of the way. I hope they don't think that that's all that they're still at odds on.
Okay.
And, you know, one of their dates, and I sent this all to the council too.
Yeah.
So that everybody's kind of aware. And if I'm the only one that feels this way, let me know. But I still think there are a significant number of days that have been documented with pictures and proof. You know, they say full completion is 40.5 days, well, that would be 42.5.
Right.
But they're only looking at 19.5/21.5, so there's still a lot of gray areas.
Is there like a 30-day grace or something like that?
That was all zeroed out. That was all zeroed out.
I apologize. It's
full completion.
The DOT paperwork stuff. My brain power's put elsewhere. So I have not followed it closely.
Full completion and partial completion.
Substantial
completion.
Yeah.
They're only looking at substantial, although they acknowledge that full completion is over 40 days.
Yeah. Okay.
And I can't see why then aren't we looking at a larger number than that. Plus the time that you put in on the project, Snyder did, above and beyond when our 86 days would have ended. I guess we know there's this completion form, all that. I think there's still several things that are unanswered.
And I'm absolutely behind you until the engineer tells me to shut up.
So.
He hasn't told me to shut up.
I'm not going to encourage him to do that. But we do want to.
We want to be reasonable.
Mayor, you were saying something.
My problem is the dragger, which is holding up our reimbursements, which is.
Right, which is why we've asked the DOT to, well, we still have to get to sign it to get the reimbursements.
They called final completion in April.
Yeah.
Which is the same problem we're having with what we've had all along, is they're not timely.
Mm-hmm.
So what's our next steps?
We've kind of bypassed them, gone to DOT to.
Well, and that's on the audit process.
That's not this.
Yeah, that's because we got DOT changing funds.
Mm-hmm.
But they have their process we have to follow.
How do we get our money?
So that's always strange. But yeah, so that's part of their process. And we just want to keep that moving. The payment reimbursement process is a separate. Well, they're connected, but they're not.
Yeah.
Because it's a local system. This is why I try to stay away from DOT projects, but, okay.
Because we're years, this project is.
Done,
Supposed
right.
it's supposed to be done.
Right, yeah, so, and we need to get your guys' reimbursement money, because as Steve mentioned before,
Yeah.
the line is in the hole, so, we
Yep.
get that, so, okay.
Thank you.
I'll look into that further, try and get my head around it, at least on what course we had when the contractor doesn't sign the last payout. Maybe we don't need their signature, maybe we just say, okay.
Keep the money.
Because we already
Well,
we have paid the retainage. That's ours.
Yeah, well, yeah, you certainly, if you're not gonna close the project, the retainage is yours. So we haven't paid the money, so, yeah, we just don't pay it.
What is the difference between our retainage and what we're asking them to pay?
30,000 retainage, asking 21,000.
Maybe I looked at it.
And so they may want to just walk away.
Walk away because they're ahead,
Yeah,
could be,
which isn't fair.
Which
no.
might cost us 260,000.
Well, and so the other,
That's the problem.
yeah, because you need to spend the money to get the money is the problem.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm not willing to get that over by a contractor, so.
No,
If
but-
parties need to get involved as well, we can go that route.
We may need to get a consult with legal, or we may need to consult with DOT. There are processes for, it's not blackballing, because that's not legal or allowed, but DOT does have, eligible contractors list, and I think you can make complaints against them, or there's some process there, I'm not familiar with it.
I drive past a variety of trucks every day on Highway 30, going to Ames.
It took them, what did it take them, 9 months to get us the pay for their employees that were on the subcontractors?
Yeah, yeah, so they're not finding, so, okay.
It's too much too long, it's costing us. It's costing us every minute that we continue waiting for them to do that.
Every time we talk about it.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. We'll make some calls and see what course we have if the contractor's not cooperative. Okay. Woodlawn, no update on that from our end. I think that's still in your guys' planning courts. Rocket Ridge is, we've already talked about that plenty tonight. Water treatment plant, that is sitting ready to go. I don't know if Tiana's gotten back to us, or I guess I believe it to be in her court on the financing for the water treatment.
We are
plant.
meeting on that, 10 o'clock on Monday,
And that's all.
and so we should be getting closer.
Excellent.
You got the SRF form that I sent you from the DNR?
Yes. Yeah. So you'll let us know on that one after you meet. 6 Metcalf, stormwater review. So we already get out there on, late, 10-2, whatever that was last week. And got a memo sent to the mayor today late. So essentially it looks like what we found is, our initial look at it, there is some drainage pipes, they're small, they seem to be plugged, and we could not find the outlet for one of them. So first recommendation is potentially to see where those go, jet them out, clean them out, at least get what little drainage we have there working. It's on the north side of the road, it kind of looks like it heads to the south, but we don't know whether it turns and goes down the roadway. It has an actual outlet in that ditch area, or if it just emptied into the backyards and got mowed over or disappeared, so.
Part of the problem is it comes down Metcalf, and it goes to the south side of 6th Street.
Right.
Yeah, and that's where the problem is coming, the puddle at the fourplex that's there, coming into my driveway, it goes into Bill's front yard, and the drainage is on the north side.
Well,
And it should,
from what,
it make any difference.
I talked to him, I don't know
Well,
if he's been there.
you control the water, because if the water's flowing across the street, it's gonna manage.
Yeah. I think the initial plan is supposed to flow between the houses, through the backyards, and off and away. There may have been a shallow ditch there that's disappeared over time. It looks like that's kind of what happened on the north side, because there's that inlet, little beehive there between the driveways.
And
It
that's
looks like that was probably deeper at one time, but over time they still did.
And that's what probably causes the flooding at the end of the street.
Yeah.
But it doesn't do a damn bit of good at coming down from Metcalf, because it goes, there's a bump in the road where they did the chip and seal. There's cement, and then there's that, and it goes right, and it comes right into my driveway and right into the fourplex parking.
If there's an inlet on the north side of the road, and the pipe heads to the south to an unknown location, then putting another inlet on the south side of the road tap into that, it's gonna drain the water to the south side of the road. And so the solution might be simply to put another inlet on the south side of the road after the pipe has been jetted and cleared.
I have a solution for my driveway, but I need council approval to see if the city will pay for the sand tubing that would go from the Metcalf Apartments and across my driveway to keep it coming from coming into my driveway and into my basement. That'd be a cheap way to take care of the problems without me going further with this problem.
Wes, I appreciate this.
Yeah.
I think a simple solution that might solve most of this, tell me if I'm wrong, but now that we've located the intakes, we have CIT coming up to do that quadrant of town, having them go in and scope and clean those intakes would probably help.
Definitely would help. It'd be a first step, for that area, and it may be that if it's a perforated tile that's plugged, that might help the south side. Now, at the end, because you're closer to Metcalf, right?
No, yeah, I'm closer to Metcalf.
Okay.
I'm the first house.
Right next to the fourplex.
Right next to the fourplex, and
So,
that's,
so that's our initial recommendation. The next one would be looking at, okay, it's a small line, maybe there needs to be something else done there. You know, the overland flow doesn't have a well-defined place to go. It kind of looks like where it should go is to that drainage swale that runs down behind the senior housing. And it probably wouldn't take much to make that happen. Or you could do some piping improvements. Maybe it's more of a lot of times with our rural section, there's more of a ditch along south of the road.
you can't see from pictures what it is. If you look at it, you can, if you stand at the east end of the street, you can see where it goes up, and then there's a bump, and then there's a cement. If you look from the other end, you can see the bump. You can watch the water come down in front of Logston's house, and then come over. And that bump in the road directs it right into my
So
driveway.
without a conveyance means on the south side of the road, a ditch, it's gonna go where the lowest place is, so.
And
if
it
you
wasn't
were to
that way
grade a
when I
ditch,
moved in.
Even a shallow swale through there, the challenge with that is it's driveways, so you're putting in tubes underneath driveways, which can be done, but. Yeah, so that's the next step, get what's there cleaned out. It's probably not big enough for the big storm events that you're seeing.
Oh, no, this is an inch, less than an inch of rain, and there was water in my driveway, just like a river. I've got
So the
pictures
next step
of
would be
it.
looking at, do we wanna do some kind of other improvement, piping, swaling, forever positive. I think knowing where that existing pipe goes would be helpful, because that would be a logical place to take potentially future improvements as well.
If the council doesn't have concern, I would give this packet to Tony to give to CIT to locate cleaning out in that section corner of the town.
That makes sense.
And can I get a sand tube put in front of my driveway?
Yep, you can sure buy one. Except for when I take it out, because it becomes a safety issue.
How? It's a safety issue living in my home with black mold that was caused by the city building up the road higher than what it was when I moved in. Okay? I guess.
And then zoning?
Zoning map, so I have reached out numerous times trying to get a whole story maps person. I don't know if she's not there anymore, or my emails are going to spam folder, or what's going on, I've not heard anything back. She wasn't all that confident when I initially talked to her that she almost seemed confused that they provided that the first time, which they did. I guess we can keep trying to get a hold of her. Periodically, I think about every week or two, I send her another, hey, where we at on this? Or we can proceed to just update the maps that we have. We have the database that they provided us the first time. So we could update that with the recent changes, and still keep doing it, but we're trying to not spend your money if they could provide it at cost. So, I think so. I think I was able to reach him the first time better by email, but I could try calling and see if voice would be better.
The name I have for GIS at Story County, the GIS coordinator, is Matt.
Matt.
It starts with a B.
Yeah, and I don't know if he's part of the maps that we initially contacted, or if it's what the maps is MAPS. It's a group. Matt may be part of it. If you haven't been in contact, I think Leanne is the one I was working with last time in direct contact.
Well, Leanne has a different job now.
Does she?
Yeah.
Well, let her go. She's still with the county?
She's with the county, but has a different responsibility.
Yeah. So it's nice for her to move those emails over to them.
Well, yeah, her response has been nice. But that was, okay, so now we've got someone. That makes sense. So we need a different contact, so I will.
Corey.
No, he was part of it. He was up here.
I don't know if we have, if I found a general contact for them or not.
So, the Story County Map Center?
Yes, that's who helped us the last time.
I'll try to get a hold of somebody.
Or send me a contact and I can do it, or you can do either one.
Worst case, I'll get a hold of the supervisor. Have them get a hold of us.
Okay, that works. So we will not do anything on our end, we'll keep both alive, but and that's all I have on outstanding new stuff.
No update on the TEEP study yet?
I have not heard anything on the TEEP study. I don't know when we were supposed to expect anything on that.
Okay.
I can reach out to the guy in the North just to see.
We had our crosswalk painted, so.
Okay.
High visibility crosswalks now.
Yep.
That was part of that plan.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Wes.
Yes, sir.
Steve.
So far tonight, I volunteered to do a resolution or an ordinance on what? I forgot already.
Hold on, I lost my page.
Trying to make dog ordinance.
Yeah, dog ordinance is one.
No, this was, on development, we didn't know whether to change,
Yes, yeah.
getting rid of the expiration date required an ordinance, or could be done by resolution.
I'm supposed to find out and let you know.
So you're gonna find out and let me know about elimination of exploration. And I'm also doing a resolution on dog. And resolution is to say what?
There wasn't a resolution for dogs.
Was it a resolution? Maybe it was a resolution for the fees. Just said, well, check.
Yes.
For license.
We're gonna check.
Check resolutions on dog licenses, license fee. Well, if I don't make notes to myself, I won't get it done. So, we had a lot of discussion tonight about, the, urban renewal plan, we have revitalization plan, we have a comp plan, we have another comp plan. I had presented to Deb years ago a book that has the urban renewal, urban revitalization, planning and zoning commission, board of adjustment, building numbering, building code, floodplain management, zoning regulations, subdivision regulations, the urban renewal, urban revitalization, comprehensive development plan from 1996, and another one 2009. And we also have a water protection zone for our wellhead that we have to monitor any changes within a certain distance. And I didn't get that in here, and there is one other that I can't remember what it is right now. And so I gave her a book, I kept a copy. I don't know whether our new P&Z people know we have these resources.
Probably not. I was just gonna say, to show and have a copy of that.
I have no idea
Just
whether
have
any of
have
them
it.
have copies, but if Wendy wants to, take, or Carrie wants to take this.
Make a copy for the groups.
And,
Couple
I
copies.
mean, some of the things are fold-out maps. You can do 11 by 17 copies.
Yep.
Okay. Well. And maybe some of the stuff in here, like in the zoning ordinance, may not be up to date, because solar access was an amendment we had made, and so some of the ordinances, we may want to wait until we've gone through the code, but some of the other stuff can be copied.
Shelley and I are meeting up here Monday at 1 o'clock.
Well, you can take a look, you can have that, and see what is in there that you think should be made available now, and which ones can be made available later. I don't know where Deb's copy. So.
Do you want me to keep it so and I can make copies?
Well,
I
not until they've
Yeah,
looked at
until
it.
we've had the,
Because some of it you may want to make copies now because it's hasn't changed, and some of it you may want to wait until we get further along in our code review, so that it's current, right?
yes,
Okay.
agreed. This is what I needed.
Don't lose it.
You want me to just leave it here since Shelley and I are gonna be here Monday?
That's
fine with me.
That's the last copy I have of it.
I'll leave it with you.
And then the other thing is, I've already done my review of chapters 1 through 37. Did I send it to everybody?
I think you just said to me.
Okay. So, It's supposed to be on the November meeting. Do we want to go ahead and send my comments to Justin or to the other council members so that they can see my concerns?
I think it'd be good for the other council members to know, and then we can have discussion pieces about what we have sent back as a consensus.
I had two parts of it. One of them is filling out the form that Justin gave us with my comments, and another one is questions that I had. That he didn't ask. That I don't have any idea about. And then I did a comparison between, or a listing of all the ordinance changes that we have made going back to ordinance number 313. And we should be somewhere around ordinance, I don't know, 343 or something.
I think the TIF was 344.
344. And I know that Justin did not have the Tree City change in there, in the ordinance they gave us, where it dealt with the responsibilities of the Public Works supervisor. So I don't know what other ordinances he doesn't have. So, yeah, I'd say go ahead and make it available to the other council members, and maybe we can get this one going. My biggest concern is that this is a wonderful schedule that he has provided, very achievable, and that it spreads the code review over a reasonable period of time. However, it's right during budget time. And so we're going to be starting our budget in December. Well, in December, we'll be doing chapters 40 to 57, and then go on from there, and we end up on April 8th. Well, we're ending our budget in April 8th, so we're going to be doing code adjustments, and we're going to be doing budget amendments, and we're going to have possibly a new council person because of the election. May not, but we may. So this is a real bad time of year to do this, but it needs to be done. If we can get November's cracked out and done, maybe we can move chapters 40 through 57 up a little bit earlier and get those done in November. And
Maybe worth an ask.
but that depends on, and I can put it in a little binder so that as we go through it.
So efficient.
I've been through this rat race before. A couple of times. Fire hydrants. The Public Safety Committee made a recommendation on replacing fire hydrants, and the recommendation included spending a certain amount of money every year. We're going to be sitting down with Tiana on Monday to go over the water system budget, water enterprise budget. We do not have anything to replace fire hydrants as a capital in that budget. I need to know what the recommendation was as to how much we need to be spending every year for the next few years to get caught up.
We only received one bid so far, and it was pretty pricey. I actually have that on my list here to talk about tonight. Scott contacted me, and there are 6 hydrants that are very difficult to open, and they're afraid that by trying to open them, they may end up breaking them. And so he was kind of asking what if we could start the process now. I told him that not unless it's an emergency right now, because we haven't gotten to that part of the budget to put that in the budget yet. And so he wanted to know what constituted an emergency. Well, if they end up using the hydrant and it breaks, I would say that's an emergency and they'd have to get it replaced. We'd have to use emergency funds to do that.
Unless we red tag it.
Right. And then they've got 15 that are leaking pretty bad. So I was just going to say, it explains the water that we are pumping that we're not getting paid for. So I mean, that's we need to look at getting several of them repaired. But I don't know how we want to do, if we want to do just 5 a year. I mean, that's still going to leave 10 of them leaking, or 6 of them that we can't use. Which
that's contracting for fire hydrants, right?
You think so?
Do we need to try to reach out further?
Yeah, I don't know. Wes.
The problem might be your size of the project. So same issue we ran into with the outlet grading, right? Is the bigger contractors that can knock them out cheap, it's too small a project for them. They're looking at doing maybe water main relocation.
1,000.
Right. Well, usually what happens is they're doing this part of a it's a unit price as part of a main replacement.
Did you get a cost estimate from Matthew White?
Yeah, I don't remember what it was. Yeah, I think it was only
2,000 per or something like that. What was your cost on a hydrant replacement that you got?
I can't remember what it was, and I can't get my
I want to say
head
it was
working here.
15 each, so it was like 45,000. We had Riley's install those up there, but I put the extra one in, it was five grand.
Yeah, and that might be part of the scope of the
We're
project,
putting
right?
in
When it's part of the $1 million that you're already paying them, it's nothing, but when they have to come to town as a special trip and mobilize, and that mobilization cost can get higher.
Some of the costs that we were looking at too was putting a valve in before the hydrant, and now Scott has gone back through and listed how many of them already have valves, so that might take the price down a little bit on some of that too.
Caution on that is sometimes the valves go bad too. So if you're already digging it up and it's an old hydrant, I'd want to be sure that if I'm gonna leave that valve in place, that it works well, because those valves don't get used a lot, so they can freeze up too. So don't count them out already.
And if it's a hydrant on a 4-inch line, do we put a hydrant back in that has a 4-inch line, or do we put a 6-inch hydrant in with 6-inch pipe on either side, and then throttle it down, because we may be, before the hydrant dies, be replacing the 4-inch line with the 6-inch line. May not, but we may be.
And look at wants, not need. Look at needs, not wants. I think.
If your house burns down, you're gonna want. And
That's
need.
not what I'm
Neither.
saying. I knew you would disagree with
But
me, but
public safety.
To
Scott.
Steve's point, if we have identified 5 broken, and they're not usable for fire purposes, probably should red tag in or identify. I've seen different schemes through different towns, some will paint in different colors based on water flow capabilities and things like that. If we know that we have the potential of destroying something, we need to be able to quickly identify for the fire department that this is not the hydrant used.
Yep.
Right. So I don't know if it's just paint them yellow, paint them green. There's some sort of identifier.
There's markers that you can, you unscrew the cap and put the marker that's a round donut, you put it on there, and then you put the cap back on. Yeah, that's what I would recommend, is just that's a cheap.
So let's get those. Can you?
Turn back to page 10 of your packet, which is the treasurer's report, and look at 600 water. And we have $83,000 of cash. And, if you look at page, we just looked at the budget information, which is on page, I don't know.
80.
I was thinking, yeah. Did anybody find the budget yet?
85.
There we go. The budget for water, is 202,000. With enough, so, you know, our $80,000 is, dependent on, the $80,000 that we have and the, about $17,000 we get each month is going to leave us at the end of the year with probably close to, $50,000 in the water account. And so what you're working with on this capital project is less than that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we have to deal with Deanna. We're gonna have to tell her, that we have a capital project, and this is the scope of it that we want to include for fiscal year 27. Can we do anything in the current fiscal year? We'll probably know that by the time we start our budget in December. But I doubt if we're gonna be able, well, pick a number, $25,000, that's whatever you get done for 25,000.
You know what I meant is a lot of times Scott, if he wants it, he says it's a need. Okay, that has been done before, so that's what I was
Well,
referring to.
I am putting trust in our city employees that they are telling me what we need for things to work properly. Okay, I am not gonna second guess our city employees. We hire them for a reason. I'm not gonna second guess them and go out and try and open the hydrants myself
This
to
has
find out.
been discussed before, and that's what I was referring to.
I don't have anything else.
Thank you, Steve.
You're welcome.
Sue.
Did you listen to last month?
I did.
We did.
Oh. No.
One of the things I wanted to ask you, Steve, is at some time we discussed council pay, and I don't know if it was when we were discussing others or whatever, mayor's pay, council pay. Was anything ever done with any of that? Because that had to be done prior to, didn't it have to be done prior to an election?
Yes.
Part of the budget doesn't take effect until following election cycle.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be done as late as December.
But
Before the
before
person
they're
goes into office.
Okay, so is that something that should, that should be put on like November's agenda or something? 'Cause I don't know what we talked about before.
Here's one of the issues that I had.
Oh, okay, and that would be, when does that need to be
Well, would
done?
it have to be done, November, December?
Well, that's why I'm asking, should that be put on the agenda? You've got it in the book too.
I don't know, that's what I need input from the council on. Do we wanna do it? My suggestion was raising the mayor's compensation to $3,000 and the per meeting compensation to $40.
And that would take effect after
And that would-
the first of the year then?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Is that a want or a need?
Well, how many years has it been the 25? That's, I mean,
I don't count on this money to pay my bills, so
Well,
$25 is.
I'm under the federal poverty level, and it helps to pay for groceries over here.
You know, I don't wanna.
Sue, if you wanna put it on the agenda, do a request.
I'm requesting that the mayor put that on the agenda for November.
Okay. We can add to the agenda.
As long as I'm writing up ordinances, I can write up a draft so that everybody can look at it.
Council will get to decide.
Okay, and then the other thing I had on here, I was looking for the minutes for a past meeting. And the last ones that were on the city website were 2022 and 2023.
I thought the same thing, but if you click someplace else, then you get the current ones.
Oh, well, I didn't want to.
There is a hot link for the 2022, but if you go up to where it says minutes, and you click on that, then you get public meetings.
Okay, so we've got 24 and 25 in there, because I was looking in 24. Or 24.
Yep.
And that's like 15 days after the meeting, it has to be on the website, I think, is what the thing said.
But that doesn't mean you have to be able to find it.
Well, if this one. Okay, anyway, that was a question that I had. And other than that, I think I've been mouthy enough tonight.
I think we need to have a little bit more consistency on those minutes also, because some of them are out there in the PDF form, some of them are out there in a Word document.
Talking about websites right now, I think it's the Welcome to Maxwell website.
And that's not
That
city.
one there has pictures of Deb and.
That's not even a city website.
Yeah.
It's not ours.
It should be deleted.
It's so confusing because for somebody.
No, it's not ours.
They even went so far as to attach themselves to Google. So if they click Google, click on Maxwell, and it's attached in there.
It does raise a question that I'd love you about incessantly, these ones.
I had it fixed. The art.gov was working on our website for about 3 months. I couldn't get the Department of Management to give me an answer as to why it wasn't working. I had it so we could search Maxwell.gov, and it would take us to that website, and it would stop it. They couldn't give me an answer as to why. Because I tied in when I did our email, I tied in that Maxwell.iowa.gov.
Maybe what we should do instead of doing a redirect is just have the whole city website hosted where it is Maxwell.iowa.gov.
I agree. It's not difficult. I can get the .gov. I've got most of the credentials already because I had to go through it and get the email addresses. So it's something that can be done, but I would also encourage allocation to fund and manage that system.
We're going to be working on budgets in 60 days.
Very good.
If we're all here.
Yes.
Got a question, and Steve, you may be the one that knows. Why do we have somebody outside of the city government offices, whatever, doing the website and doing Facebook? I thought it was a contract thing.
No, she volunteered to do this and has done a great job as a volunteer. If we want to have it redesigned and made simpler, then maybe Dee or Wendy might be able to.
Harry.
time warfare. Might be able to do the postings directly without sending it to somebody and having it posted. So, yeah, I think it probably might, my guess is it'll take a little bit of redesign. And we should fund the redesign of the webpage.
But I'm concerned about maybe things that are confidential that are getting out.
Because you're attaching names to that. Chances are somebody else probably already knows it.
Maxwell, Nebraska. Iowa.gov is assigned to the state of Iowa. Nobody else can have it. Putting Maxwell in front of it used to be no charge because they wanted.
I think if we stayed with Maxwell.iowa.gov, I don't think we would have any issues.
Okay.
But if we went to just Maxwell.gov,
No,
just straight .gov, we probably have to purchase that.
Well, no.
Because I already got authorization to Maxwell.iowa.gov, it just stopped working. But again, it's a redirect.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
It's hard when, the internet says a bazillion bytes, it's bad, but we're trying to throw a little thing out here, so everybody's gotta go here to go here. Sue, anything else?
No, that's it.
Joel.
I just have one, to give to Adam, 405 5th Street. There's a white Ford Escape sitting up here at the four-way stop, no plates on it, it's been there for, I don't know how long, so. Adam's
on the street?
It's parked on the right of way. Like, right off the street, into the grass.
So it's in the right way.
Yes, it's in the right of way.
And
As
it's
you
there?
pull up here to the stop, four-way stop, it sits right in front of you.
Oh, northeast corner.
Yep.
Half
Northeast corner
There.
Okay.
of Main and Fifth.
Head north on the grass.
It's got a Fifth Street address, but it's actually sitting on Main side. But it's been there for, I don't know how long, there's no plates on it.
What is it, White Explorer?
White Escape.
Is that the lady that was here that has
It started with the citing.
green
Started with the
uniform?
citation. Make it easier for him. Plus we got
Okay.
Maybe. So, and then other than hydrants, that's all I have.
Thank you,
And you're gonna get to Doug or myself before Monday with what you feel is going to be a dollar amount for fiscal year 27, and what you would dream about for the current fiscal year. Okay.
Doug.
Jesse Hill's not working on the shed now, right?
Yes.
Are we at the point where we need to start moving stuff over so we cancel our, what would that affect what we want to do, cancel our rental down here and then utilize that?
We pay that annually, right?
Now, we can cancel a month's notice.
We pay it annually.
Oh, okay, sorry.
And so we would renew.
So we're just not gonna renew when it's renewal time. We just need to know, when you get there, can you look and find that out, and then let me know so I can make sure that Tony gets stuff moved before closure.
But that's
So we'll have the time to prep.
apparently probably shelving or some type of deal to move stuff.
Well, whatever was in the shed that they can use.
How it was used,
I have no idea.
it all flooded at one time, so apparently it was sitting in the ground.
Oh, down here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I know we've got totes and boxes and stuff too,
We'll need probably some allocation for some stuff. I don't know what's in there. I haven't.
I don't know either.
I saw there's like one workbench, but I don't know what else is in there.
The other thing.
It used to be all Christmas lights.
That's what's in our storage shed, yes.
That's what we're talking about, right?
He's talking about
I'm
down
talking
here
about-
when it flooded.
I'm talking about
Stuff up on there, right?
Her stuff, that we,
What's it?
Additional stuff.
You gotta get rid of it.
that's good, where'd you put it?
Since it's electronic files now.
Oh, the boxes? And Tony's storing some for me in the water tower that we can chuck in 5. It has a retention schedule that will eventually go away.
And the other thing, I don't know what we can do, but I know the 3 days prior to Wendy putting the agenda together is an ugly time for her. I don't know if we can get stuff to her earlier or whatever, but I'm just concerned that we're burning her out on the prep for the agendas. Don't have an answer, but I think
We may need to enforce, having everything by, close of business Friday, that gives her Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
If it does, as long as she does it all,
If
stopped on her.
it's not in on Friday, then it's not in the packet.
What about the Wednesday prior to, and that would give us more than 4 hours to go through and absorb and check anything out that we need, that we have it prior to the day before the meeting. Is there any way that could be done?
Yep, absolutely.
Our meeting is on the
Second Wednesday.
So,
First Wednesday, cut off for the
the first Wednesday could be the first of the month,
of the previous month.
and if it's the first of the month, are there some things that don't close? That we would be able to get in some regular reports. Is there anything in there?
Yeah, you're gonna, the fire department reports, it's not gonna be completed, the sheriff's report's not gonna be completed.
But if they go from Wednesday, Wednesday of
Those are all
January,
reports, they close at the end of the month.
they close at the end of the month.
First Wednesday.
So, I think Friday works, understand that when you get stuff done on Monday, then you just have 2 days. I can tell you, if I got this Friday, I'm still not gonna read till Tuesday night.
Or this morning.
Or this morning.
We'll give you another 40 years and we'll see how long it takes you.
That's all. Thank you. Ken?
I was up at the football game the other night and noticed, it looked like at one time it was a beehive, drain that's in the middle of the parking area where the buses park there on the east side.
Yep.
It's about 6 or 8 inches deep.
About 6.
Yeah.
We
Seems like it would be a problem, either for a tire, for a bus, or
Don't
maybe
they make
for
collars
the drain
that-
itself. Is there a collar that can be put on there, or for a flat drain, or something, and then we can.
There are 2 drains up
There's
there.
a couple of drains.
Same.
there.
Yes, you're talking about on Metcalf in front of the old cafeteria area.
Yes.
Yeah.
Where
Just
where the
the
sewer
sewer
went in and put some asphalt on so the drains are really low and,
Now it's been our problem.
and so now water can't get there.
Oh, it can get there.
Oh,
Yeah.
if
If
it's
it's
deep,
so good your tire.
yeah.
I'm just wondering if there's a way we could raise that, with a collar or something, I don't know.
It's not gonna improve drainage, but it may make it.
Right.
Right.
Make it foot tall, yeah, we can do that, put a fence around it.
When it snows, we're gonna have fun when they plow it and then.
Oh, no, problem.
Plow goes right over it.
No, that's what I mean, it'll fill in with snow and pack in.
Till June, it'll melt and
Right.
drain away.
That's what I'm saying.
It's a beehive that holes, the top of the beehive is level with the.
Yes. Not
Not
quite
lower.
lower.
If not lower.
I was wondering how you got a beehive in pavement.
Yeah.
But it's a good question.
Because it wasn't supposed to be made.
I believe we'd be able to take, a saw out, an area like we do where there's a water, main repair, and raise it up, pour concrete, so that, it's at least even with surface. It's not gonna help drainage in, but, is it gonna be worth the effort to, make it?
Yes, I mean, even walk that night, who knows?
We don't wanna lose stuff down the hole.
So, that would just be a street repair, and, Tony goes out and cuts up the streets all the time.
Well, fix it.
Does the school promise not to, add more asphalt?
Oh, I got another question I was asked today by somebody. If they replaced their sidewalk and there was a curb there at one time, does the city pay for the curb?
Well, first of all, their sidewalk does not extend to the curb.
Are you talking about the school?
I'm talking about there on Main Street.
Huh?
On Main Street.
Well,
I think this
how could a private sidewalk touch the curb because the city would own land on both sides of the sidewalk out of the curb?
So you're saying
She's saying,
the sidewalk right out here couldn't?
You mean
yes.
touch the curb that way?
Yeah.
Okay, not at a street crossing.
No.
So what's your question?
So,
Does the city pay for the curbing and he replaces the sidewalk?
So this is down to Trevor's.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
I would say yes.
Yeah.
Is the sidewalk, is the curb integral to the sidewalk? So we call it a tight area, the sidewalk is the curb.
Yeah.
Or there's a curb and a sidewalk behind it.
They're separate.
They're separate.
They're separate.
So you can replace the sidewalk without touching the curb.
Mhm.
But it's probably
The
the
curb
curb
and
that
the
needs to
curb
be
is just
replaced.
bad.
Oh, so the curb is seen as.
At one time we talked about the cost of curb replacement would half be paid by the city and half by the adjacent property owner. I don't know if we ever passed that policy. By
It was
resolution.
part of our special assessments discussion. Well, I mean, it's
New council, new decisions.
special assessments, we had that discussion a couple councils ago, and, a lot of people don't think it's fair, a lot of communities don't do special assessments, a lot of them do. But it's not uncommon to have, property owners that are adjacent to the street participate in some of the improvements of the street. Typically sidewalks are, like, some communities do a road project, and they'll assess the sidewalk improvements to the property. Yes, some people assess water mains, some people, there's, you can do whatever you want. There's a political component to it because you're charging people for stuff. The idea is that, most of the time, the idea is that you're specially assessing things that are of direct benefit to that property owner.
So
So like sewers, you wouldn't, because sewers serve everybody in the area, right? Water mains sometimes, well, it's providing service to your home, so, some of the gray zones, but.
You can have a distinction between new curbs and curb replacements. And so if you are replacing a curb, you could say, well, the city will pay for it. You could say the city will pay half, or you could say the private property owner is gonna pay the whole thing. You have, that's a council decision as to, street improvements. Right now, the ordinance says the sidewalk is paid by the adjacent property owner. It doesn't say anything about the curb. So,
sounds like the resolution resolved the issue.
We adopted the thing by resolution originally. I don't know if we could dig that out or not.
Oh, I'm sure we could. Some balance ago.
3-4 years, wasn't it?
Probably longer ago, I think.
So,
I would remember that one.
what do you feel would be appropriate? We have the franchise fee money, $25,000 a year, that can only be used for projects inside the right of way. So, a storm drain on 6th Street, inside the right of way, digging it out and connecting it in, we could use franchise fee money. Curbs, we could use franchise fee money because the curb is inside the right of way. If somebody, say for example, Scott, wants to put in a curb next to the nice
North side of his house.
north side of his house there, where there has never been a curb in the past, should the city pay any of it? Should the city pay half of it? Or should the city pay all of it? These are the decisions that we need to make. There's a difference between a new curb, replacing an existing curb. Or there can be a difference.
So if I was gonna put a curb on, it would include
We get around to, that's what he said prompted me with something.
Is there a decision as to
Oh,
what we want?
you want an answer?
I will,
I prompted it. You know, make a resolution.
I'll make a resolution.
Okay.
I'll bring it to you guys.
Well, I think that's common sense. If the curb is part of the street, which is owned by the city, and the
Sidewalks
sidewalk.
are part of the street and they're owned by the city too. They are.
Also did get clarification on the water intake at the school. What do you guys want to do with that?
The water intake.
The one I was just talking about.
Oh,
Up
then
there
why
we
don't we
go.
go fix it?
Is that what it was?
Sure.
I agree with Ken, it's a safety issue, somebody could twist an ankle. Because everybody walks in the street, we're the sidewalks.
Let me send my phone around. They just did chip and seal in that area. And they didn't build it up enough. I've got water standing after everything else is evaporated. So there's still a low spot.
Well, of course there is, because there's no way you could fill it to get the water to the drain.
Sure you could.
No.
You could get it to the curb. You could get it to the grass on West.
No, it's too deep.
And look at the picture. 'Cause they just need not a whole lot more fill to make it not hold water.
A little more fill and then it's laying in the middle of the street. So which way do you want the water to go? I'd rather sit in the parking.
You couldn't fill that in and have it not sit there at all.
Where's it gonna go?
Well, east, if it's sloping east, and part will go west.
The Great Divide.
The Great Divide.
Continental.
This is what happens when projects are built without permits.
I agree. But it's here now. But it's gonna freeze and thaw and not last very well.
Yeah, I don't know where that water would go. I really don't.
It would slope into the grass. But that's okay. I just,
Slope into the grass on
it
the
would run
west
into the
side of the
grass on
street.
the west. It would run under the bus and then into the grass.
So you just want it further toward the curb, you don't care if it goes anywhere.
Well, it's not gonna go in, it's not gonna get out of there completely. But it's gonna freeze and thaw there and break up real fast.
The problem with filling it in is that it just takes that much additional asphalt, and so we'd be paying more on cubic feet. But it certainly may be the right idea.
Yeah. That was my second round.
So it would be for next year's, road project, or do you think it's, should be done this year?
Well, they aren't coming back.
We'd have to pay somebody to come and do it, yeah.
Right.
Can I get concrete for my house? If we're just gonna do
Yeah.
a little silly stuff.
As long as you pay for it. Can we get curb on like this?
Might as well put it on gravel.
It's just my place, so that, it's just like Scott, he paid for his parking. And I paid for mine in front of my house years ago. And now the city maintains it once it's been put in. So a few years from now, when we seal coat on 4th Street, we will seal coat the area that he's improved. Because that's, we permitted it to be extended.
Was there a permit though?
Did we stop it?
Did we have a chance?
It's already done. Did we stop it? No. So we permitted it.
Did we permit that person to put that building on our property down there? Okay, but we're gonna ask him to remove it.
Do the same.
Absolutely. So if it's on our property.
I think that
We
was.
knew he needed a permit.
I'm not talking
Building
about.
has to be, yeah. The fence and the pool might be debatable.
Alright, any last seconds? Alright, I have, EAP program, we allocated $2,000 for that, I got, a report. So, the first, Wendy helped me, the first company wanted a $35,000 retainer fee,
Huh? Is that all?
and the second company said they would do annual contracts for $512. And it is the identical program that the state of Iowa operates under, which provides EAP services for every firefighter, every council member, all the city employees for that same money. It includes up to, I think it was 3 mental health communications with a mental health professional, legal services, referrals, things along those lines. So it's a pretty robust package for the cost.
You
We
said
do a group
$500.
$512. It's the same
And that-
contract.
Huh?
It's the same contract.
Okay, and that's what we pay them to manage it, and is there then an additional cost if it's used?
I have to verify for certain because I haven't seen the entire contract yet. But once I have that information, I'll know more.
Well, you're headed in the right direction.
Yeah, it's totally.
Can we get a group discount on the mental health?
Yes, because it's through the state contract. It's the state contract. Trash extension. Everybody got the email from City Games this week.
Yep.
Which they want done this week or next, because of course they want to push so they can have the money. Includes increased tipping fees, $15 per ton. Now's the time for the city to determine whether or not we want to continue with our current process of utilizing our current waste management services to continue to dump in Ames, or do we want to consider, we're not that far from Marshalltown, we're not that far from Jasper County, we're not that far from Polk County, so do we want to consider either our trash service finding a new dump site, or putting it out for bid for new trash service, new trash location? All of which will require recycling.
And wanted an answer this week.
Very next week.
Or next week.
Yeah, not enough time
And the answer,
get on the agenda.
does the answer commit us to a long-term contract?
2047.
So yes, the answer is yes.
You want to hear?
What can we, if we do not agree to that, then where does it go?
So our next process would be that we would need to find a new location for trash services.
And how long would we have to do that? Our contractor picks up every week. And so the trash, let's say we have to respond to Ames in 2 weeks. When that means third Monday from now, the contractor has to know where he's taking the trash. So we have 2.5 weeks.
Tuesday.
Oh, yeah, Tuesday. Has to figure out, we have to figure out and go into a contract by then. And does our trash pickup go to that place? And so we may be doing, this may require us to change trash pickup. And it may, it's going to require recycling, so another container, education. And why is Ames putting such a short leash on this whole thing?
Because they don't want to give anybody any chances to want to do anything. They just want to throw it at you, make you do it, and now you're stuck with it. I thought it was a real knee-jerk reaction for them. They've been talking about this project for the last 2 years.
Yeah.
The Emergency Management Commission met with them, and our recommendation was to go out and buy 160 acres and make our own landfill. And instead, they decided they were going to truck our trash 60 miles to Carroll, Iowa.
Yeah.
And it's not a long-term solution. The trucking costs are going to kill it. And we will be putting that mill forever. 2027 is a long time.
Well, would you be willing to contract our hauler and see if he has other locations that he can and is willing to haul to? And if he does, then we can contact them and see if they're willing to take our trash and start a contract with them.
What about Ankeny? Doesn't somebody around here goes through Ankeny?
Oh, yeah.
You're talking about Ankeny sanitation.
Yeah.
Sanitation comes through.
But that would be a new contract with a new hauler.
Yeah, but was that something that
They
you
go
explored?
to Polk County.
Yeah, but they go
Polk
to.
County is only
Polk
about
County
6
does not go and take anybody, or not. Although they,
I
I think they have great contact with Chicago and bring all Illinois garbage over here.
They're within a 10-year close down in Polk County.
Yeah.
Polk County.
But-
Yeah. So Polk County won't be accepting it anymore.
I thought I saw like over in Cambridge.
We have Marshall County right here. I think that's probably our best option. Very close, and probably the easiest connection.
If we had those there.
And
And we need to talk to Pratt first.
our sanitation may not be able to go there. And if that's the case, we would have to consider other sanitation companies that would be willing to transport, which, who knows?
How soon can anybody check with them?
I can call Gavin tomorrow. Gavin Pratt.
If we have to get a new hauler.
Or
Last
yeah,
time we
okay.
changed haulers, it took us a month to, for the old hauler to pick up all of his stuff, the new hauler to come in and deliver the new, containers.
350 cans is a lot of cans. Now we're talking 700 cans because we have to bring recycling. Or they're going to have to set we're going to have to find a place to set a dumpster that, you know.
So this is something we've got to start right now.
Now.
And the first question is for Pratt, and the second question is if he says no, he can't go anywhere else, or he can't take it anywhere else, then we're looking at a new hauler. And we've got to start making contacts. Whereas Cambridge, who hauls Cambridge's garbage?
Garbage
Guys, which was one of the people that we looked at before. Well, maybe we go to Garbage Guy. When is our contract with Pratt end? Isn't it about this time?
It's really close.
I think it is.
And it's an annual or is it a multi-year?
I'm pretty strong.
It's annual because we had to modify it last year for the increased tipping fees we faced last year.
And they only charged half what they could have charged.
Yeah, they did treat us well on it, but.
I'm optimistic we'll try to have somebody else to call. We gotta stay where we are, so keep your fingers crossed for that.
We may have to have a special meeting, in order to, handle it, and then we've got to, get the information out to everybody. Because I don't necessarily want to enter into another 20-year contract with the city of Ames, the way they've been treated.
So my next piece is, had several complaints tonight on the phone, that we are not able to live stream, and we haven't been able to live stream partially because we lost our previous streaming service. I think I can make the live stream happen. Our camera quality is not good, could definitely be improved. Story County uses the OWL system, which is AI based, which if you start talking, the camera focuses on you and so does the microphone. So it's very good quality video, very good quality audio, and it's very good recording. Those systems are $2,000 each for one stand-up system. However, I looked online tonight and found the previous version to the new version, which was just released like 2 months ago. Used versions are available in under $300. Is that something the council would be okay with?
I do not agree that the OWL system would work here.
Okay.
When we were visiting Hofftown, a year ago or so, when they were talking about expanding their fiber network to here, they were using the OWL system, and we've been to meetings with the Story County Economic Development Group where they use the OWL system. Yes, it will focus on the person who's speaking, but then you end up getting whiplash sometimes because if the person over there in the back is speaking and somebody over here is speaking and Doug sitting there moving stuff around, having a fixed location, fixed camera, I think will be just as good. And the $300 price for a fixed camera is probably about the same. I'm not sold on the OWL system.
Okay. So, is there any issues if I get a widescreen or a large angle view camera that captures more of what's happening?
Yep, I think that is very appropriate. A higher quality
digital picture and things like that.
Yeah. It's nice to have the shelf, and that tells us how wide an angle we have to have.
Well, I can tell you some of the cameras that we just put in the prison, I can see everything in this office in one camera sitting right there.
Yeah, that may not be what we want.
Not for this particular price.
That filing cabinet, that wall.
Right,
This door, yeah.
And that file cabinet.
No, I'm talking like within an inch of the back wall, you put it on the back wall, you can see everything out here.
Yeah.
Call it fish eyes. Yeah. All right, last piece I have.
You need a motion for that?
Just about. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I'll just go ahead and research and bring it back to the council. That'd be a motion to.
If it's under a certain amount, go ahead and use it.
Well, we're not in that much of a hurry.
The floodplain, excuse me, not the floodplain, I can't remember if I talked to everybody, I think I just told Tony, but I got a hold of Story County in regards to the water outlet down, by Army Post on Story County Conservation. Story County volunteered to come in and grub clean, with their machine, so they're not gonna grub it out. I said, fantastic. And then they reviewed the floodplain permit. So if we want to do dirt, we have to get a permit for moving dirt in the floodplain.
But if we would be hauling it away, so the permit shouldn't be too difficult.
It wouldn't be a difficult permit to ask for it. However, the fact that we have to grab it makes me a little concerned running the backhoe back there to try and, because they're not going to be grinding the stumps out. They're just, we grab it off flush, so it doesn't go down into the dirt. So when we go and try and put the backhoe in, take a little swath out, that's when we break stuff. So there's soil roots and everything else. So I'm just a little concerned about that project process.
I think we should wait until, the ground freezes at this point, and then go in with the backhoe and, just start digging them out.
But I can't, because I don't have a permit.
Well,
Is it
the permit,
floodplain or floodway?
it's going to be in the floodway because we're going from Army Post Road to the creek.
Okay, so we'll be in both.
Yeah.
So floodplain permits, I believe just are you. Well, DNR might get involved. The floodway, DNR definitely is involved. But if you're not placing fill, they're generally not hard to get. So.
But there used to be, if you go back to the, 2003 aerial photos.
Yeah, there was a little.
There was, at that time, a ditch, and so we would be just re-establishing that, clearing it, and making it so that it's mobile.
I think the grubbing's gonna help. That's gonna help a lot, because the trees are gonna slow down a lot.
We'll find out. I'm not as optimistic as you are.
Anyway,
What about grading of Army Post Road? The county engineer got back to you. We sent a letter to them asking if they would come in with their grader and grade Army Post Road to a level surface rather than the potholes that we have now.
So they already went out.
They didn't by last week. I was down there.
They went down, 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago. And the problem was that it was a little too far out of shape and too wet for them to continue anyway.
Okay. So,
And then after they went down, they said they're not coming back.
because
Because it's not theirs.
but we're willing to pay them to do it, where else can we get a road grader?
So I didn't ask about paying, but I can address covering the costs of having them come back and run through there. So.
We need to get that road into
Serviceable.
a serviceable condition. The bikers, want to use it, and I rode my bike on it,
So part of the issue is we need to get more gravel down. And that
well,
was.
before you put the gravel down, you gotta get it to a point where it's level enough that you put the gravel down, and you're not putting 4 inches of gravel in the holes and.
I think it was an issue with more mud than anything. You can't fill it with mud without creating a bigger sinkhole.
Needs to have a maintainer and get it level, and then we can put a rock on it.
Where was it that we were gonna have access dirt on Fifth Street, the drainage?
We don't put dirt on roads.
I'm gonna say that would fill the holes though.
I wouldn't stay.
No. If you put the gravel on top of it, it wouldn't fill.
Anyway, we'll keep working on all of those. I don't know anything else.
if at some point in time, for example, we want to seal coat that road, which we've talked about doing, you've got to have a base. You've got to have a base. It's all about the
Everybody
base.
done? Everybody done, so like we.
Just waiting for you. Make a motion.
I did, I move we adjourn.
A second.
Goodness. Any discussion? Doug?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Ken?
Yeah.
Steve?
No.
Sue?
More obstinate.
Sue?
Oh, the gavel.
We are adjourned.